going live. Hello, YouTube. Hello, guys. Sorry, I'm a little bit later than my usual start time. I'm just gonna cast some games, basically. Yeah, just here to cast some games and cover the Olimoleague Winter Finals, which happened over the last 2 days, I believe it was. I believe it was Tuesday and Wednesday. It is Thursday today. So this happened over the last couple of days. We can't cast Olimoleague live, so as per usual, we come and cast the replays after the event is wrapped up. And yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today. Casting some replays. The Olimoleague Finals was played over 2 days. We're going to cast the replays over 2 days as well. We're going to do a day today, and we're going to do the other day on Saturday. I think makes some good sense. So it just gives us basically the same amount of content as what the casting it live would have done. So 2 days of games. And also I think it's a good enough event where pretty much every match is worth watching. And if every single match is worth watching, then we may as well just cast it all. And it's too much to cast in one day because it's an 8-player double elimination bracket. Now I can't show you guys the bracket on screen because obviously the bracket would have spoilers in it because this is a replay cast. So no official bracket link, but the bracket command or the bracket message pinned at the top of the chat in the YouTube, for example, will have the order of matches. So for the very least, for now, we're going to be going into the upper bracket. We're going to go from top to bottom in the upper bracket round 1, which is Hero versus Rogue, SHIN versus Classic, Clem versus Cure, and Zoun versus Creator. We're going to do those 4 best of 3s. And then we'll either do lower bracket matches or winner bracket matches, or the other way around. Like we'll do maybe lower bracket matches first. We eliminate a couple of people. Maybe that works. And maybe we'll do that, or something to that effect. Might be our approach. So yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. So we've got lots of games to get through. We've got 8 best of 3s, and we're gonna start with Hero versus Rogue. So let's do it. So Hero vs. Rogue is our first match. And like I say, SHIN vs. Classic will be second. Clem vs. Cure third. A PvP fourth. In Creator vs. Zoun. Perfect. Let's cast some Olimoleague Winter Finals. So everything from Olimoleague the last few months is built into this. There's obviously been the Olimoleague weeklies. There's been the Olimoleague monthly finals. This is the Winter Finals. It's the end of the whole thing. It's the end of the season. This might be, in fact, even the last Olimoleague. Sorry, let me fix the health bars. This might even be the last Olimoleague, so let's see who can climb to the top of the mountain here in the Winter Finals, as we have got ourselves the Blue Protoss player starting us off in the bottom right corner of the map. It is Hero. Hero, who has been so very good, and in the last few days I've seen him play, has just been a little bit shakier. Let's see what he comes up with today. He takes on Rogue, our red Zerg in the top left, who has also been a little bit quiet in the online events recently. Hoping to see him continue to participate and play in a few more as we get some extra ones on the go as well. Last Olimoleague, yeah, well, I asked Crank if there was going to be more Olimoleagues, and he said no. So I guess unless they get some new, yeah, I guess unless they get themselves some new, sponsoring and stuff, then maybe this, maybe there won't be much going on. But let's see what's going to happen as we kick on off into our first game. So in the top left, it's Rogue, and we have Hero on the bottom right. Beautiful part of Olimoleague is they have an official observer, so I can just click that on, and you guys don't have to deal with me missing all the action all day long as well. So that's a major plus. We take those. Hell yeah. So yeah, I maybe they'll find some funding for more Olimoleagues in the future. I mean, it was nice that it was able to come back even for a little while, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, we're in the tough times of StarCraft 2 where funding things is not always easily done at the end of the day. And that's why it's so important to fund the StarCraft 2 that you can fund if you want to support it and stuff, guys. That's why we always push our stuff quite heavily. I actually just got a Patreon payout yesterday, and it was the biggest Patreon payout we've ever had from the Patreon, which is amazing to think that we've been doing this for 10 years, and that more people than ever before have decided to get behind the Patreon page, which is awesome because If you're not aware, the Patreon is what we use to directly fund tournaments. So any pledges on the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, are guaranteed to go into the prize pool of tournaments. So we had our biggest payout yesterday, which is really cool. It just means it helps us to support some events that will be going into the WardiTV February prize pool, alongside our Patreon funds from January, to make up the prize money for that tournament. So it's actually really nice because we didn't run anything ourselves in January apart from Monday Cups. So the Patreon has actually fully funded our WardiTV February tournament, so that's really sick. Usually we use it as, like, you know, partial funds for things, and I find money from other places and stuff to put together. So yeah, very cool. All right, we're gonna kick off and get going as the Adept is gonna shade about, just gonna go and get that Zergling, just gonna get a little grab right here. We'll be seeing the Queen getting a creep, the Adept getting a creep tune, the Queen going to push the Adept away, and we'll just shove that the other direction for a few moments right now. And we take it easy as we figure out what it is we would like to do here. The couple of Adepts going to come moving back the other direction, so they're going to come back over in this direction as well, so they're just going to come around, and we just wait to see what exactly we are going to be getting up to over the next little while. Oracle obviously poking about, trying to see a little bit of what's up, a little bit of what's happening. A couple of Adepts continue to go. Moving about, the Oracle will activate and a couple of drones begin to drop down. So just going to be seeing a little bit going down right there. Couple of shots coming off, and the Oracle is going to get back onto it for the next few moments, so okay, getting attached to that, getting ready to deal with things. Do have the Oracle pulling back array to the side. A few more drones coming up, the Lings are coming through as well. Let's continue to bring this all online as we actually do get ourselves on top of a couple of extra drones. He has 3 workers going down. Not a bad jump at all, good to be able to make some progress there. Have ourselves a few drones still dropping. I mean, the Oracles will pose a threat with these Adepts as well, so that will be something, I think, which when you look at this, you kind of look at it and you say, okay, well, the Adepts and Oracles together can definitely be annoying, and you killed a few drones early. You've already been annoying, and this is going to be a dead Queen. This is dangerous because now this other Queen's going to go down. There's no anti-air to stop these Oracles. Hero's just going to be in the natural of Rogue. He actually shades the Adept to the 3rd, but he will find a few drones. And because we've killed so many Queens already, I feel like Rogue is running out of anti-air that can move between bases. The Adepts are going to start killing the Spore Crawl on the 3rd base, which means the 3rd is just completely open to attack for the future. The Adepts actually step away, a little afraid, but actually you don't even know if they needed to be honest. I think he could have held back a little further than what he did. His Zergling's just going to try and step forward again. Does Hero have a stats icon on his Nexus? Oh, that's Hero. That is he himself. Some of the WCS portraits of days gone by, some of them are very good, but some of them I personally don't think really capture the players as well as they could. I think the artistic style gets a little lost on it, but if you know Hero, I think you can tell that is him. Sometimes difficult to tell at a glance, though. Well, guys coming through, the extra gates coming about, +1 and Blink coming through as well. Our army of heroes setting up through the center of the map. Oracle's going to activate it, Adept's going to be there, a few Lings going down. can see our Stalker's going to get rid of one Overlord. A couple of Hydras going to be there. The Death Shade again. I mean, with the Hydras out, Hero will get cleaned up here, but he's done very good damage. He now knows the Hydras and Lings are just being made. If you're a Hero, you should be able to recognize that this has turned into a very aggressive push, basically, from Rogue. And that means that it's time to get defense going. He starts +2 in Storm. Now, don't get me wrong, in the long run, Storm's going to be great. The problem is, we're not there yet. And this attack is coming right now. Now, Stasis Wards are coming through. We've got a lot of static defense on the way. We have Link Stalkers to buy yourself some time as well. So let's continue to trade. A few drones are coming across the map. I'm not sure what they're doing over here, honestly. This feels like almost just a miss rally as they get pulled away. No, he's just going to send it with drones, Lings, and Hydras. Wow. I just don't think that's going to be enough, right? These cannons are going to go down, but the Stalkers, I mean, they're doing what they need to, which is buying time. We are 8 seconds away from Storm. The Stalker count is still extremely good. Obviously, Rogue extremely all in as he pulled the drones into this, and not really much else to say, guys. This one is going to go the way of Hero. And he is going to win the opening game here on Whispers of Gold, opening his Olimoleague Finals run with a 1-0 lead. Alright, let's set up for game number 2, guys. The beautiful part of today is that we can pretty much just go into games back to back to back. We don't have to wait around for anything or anything like that. We can really just go. It's a nice part of casting replays. Less of me, more of StarCraft 2. That's what we like to see, right? In the top left, well, bottom left-hand side, sorry, it is going to be our blue Zerg player Rogue on Eldorado to try and bounce back in the series. And in the bottom right, our red Protoss is Hero. Again, this is a double elimination bracket. So loser is not out. We'll get a second chance. And we'll see that second chance later today. We will be covering the first round of the lower bracket as part of today's stream. Here in the bottom right, he's getting the gateway going. And we'll set up his wall to start us off here. Overlord making his way across the map. Take a couple of moments. And probe heading to the bottom left-hand side. Look to see what's going on. Next is the assimilator coming through from Hero. Nothing really too crazy just yet. Take a couple of moments. Several shade out over the left-hand side. Stargate coming through. Next is coming about. Again, Lings, drones, all coming through here for a couple of moments. Peaceful opening game of PvZ. This Hero is on a 1-0 lead already. I guess they were going to have an 8 best of 3 stream today, guys. Yeah, looking forward to it. Actually, I think we're going to get a... so I actually got a fun weekend of StarCraft coming for you guys as well, because I'm going to be off tomorrow, but on Saturday, we'll be doing the... On Saturday, we'll be doing the thingy-ma-bobby. Yep, I can think and talk. What are we doing on Saturday? The thingy-ma-bobby, yes. On Saturday, we're going to be doing the second day of this Olimoleague finals, and then on Sunday, I think we're going to put together our qualifier for WardiTV February event that I've been mentioning early on as well. It's a fun little weekend of StarCraft 2 coming up as well. Excited for that as our probes pull in a couple of lings, take some damage, taking some shots. Oracle comes across the left side. The Adept is actually going to move about to the bottom side here. Keep an eye on where this third base is going to be, so you're just going to check that out. While Oracle's moving around, obviously he's going to be able to get some crew tumors here. Get onto the Queen for a couple of moments as well. Got that link speed still coming through, the evolution chamber coming up. Nice, 4 drones killed here initially. Oracle's going to keep on flying about. Just having the melee upgrade and the drones continue to come on through. Racing the lanes, just going to nibble onto the Nexus. It's all going to be there. Oracle's going to turn around the other direction in a couple moments. Throws go down, overload scouting through. Second target from Hero is going to be a little bit interesting, I think. Be fun to see how we utilize the extra oracles, because he is going to continue to build a couple more oracles as well. We have ourselves the hatchery and the lab continue to come through. The melee upgrade coming up as well. It's a lot of oracles as Hero flies them across the map already. Seven oracles on the map. It's not every day you see 7. He's building 2 more again. He's literally going mass oracle. Diving in here, gonna lose 2 oracles so far, taking out 3 queens. Queen stopped fine. I feel like he could have had another oracle there. There's quite a few queens in the end for 2 oracles. Probe's going down on the other side of the map, however, as in the third base. That is going to be a ling run by that the Adept Warping has to come and deal with. So the Adept Warping takes a little bit of time. We're going to get the Dropper Lords going, and we're going to go lings, a burrow upgrade, and baneling speed. So the Dropper Lord, yeah, it looks like just lings into the main base is the plan there, unless we morph some banes for the bane drop. I actually think the ling drop would be good. You already saw Hero a little bit lacking unit-wise because he's so oracle-heavy, and if these oracles are all clumping together, they might not be in position at all to deal with a Dropper Lord into the main. And that could be a few more probes going down, and a great way for Rogue to continue to step up in this game, and to put a little bit of feistiness out from himself. One oracle begins to peel back. The Dropper Lord is going to be there in a moment. A few Banes set up for that right side. Here's the Dropper Lord. Not even full of lings, just 5 lings or so going to run into this mineral line. So they're going to come straight through, and at the same time we do have units elsewhere. Lings at the front. Going to run up into the natural. This is a wall-off. You're actually having a wall-off. Is not bad, but he's not responding at all to this. As the oracles get drones over here, but they're going to start on the hatchery. Do they want to commit for it? Not too sure. We're actually going to go after the queens now instead. which I don't hate, but we've just lost the entire main base, which is just... I mean, Hero just did nothing about the main base attack. He just completely ignored it. Now I'm going to give you guys a pro StarCraft 2 tip. If you have 5 Zerglings attacking your main mineral line, it is worth killing them, because if you don't do anything, you will lose your entire mineral line to 125 minerals worth of Zerglings. And I'm going to do some math for you. You know, 16 probes, 6 in gas, 22. So, you know, 22 probes, that's a casual, 1,100 minerals. Losing 1,100 minerals of probes to 125 minerals of Zerglings is not a good trade. So, yes, Hero has kind of messed up on that one. That was a horrific performance from him defensively, honestly. I get it, like, Rogue made it tough, and he was, you know, playing with the Oracles on the other side as well, but I don't think there's ever a good reason, because these Banes do nothing. I don't think there's ever a good reason to not have the probes pulled away from the main base. It takes a second. Even if he just walked into Adepts in that main base, 5 Lings were not that threatening. Yeah, I feel like he could have done a lot better there as the few Lings come back in. So round 2 in the main base, this time we defend it. Drop a Lord steps away once more. And we do have the Burrow now as well, allowing you to hide those Zerglings here and there. It's obviously quite nice. President Glaive's coming up from Hero, who I don't think is going to have a good time going Glaives this late in the game against what's already going to be Ling Bane Hydra. Especially the Baneling is going to be very effective against those Adepts. Unless he can force field all of the Banes away, that seems unlikely, honestly. Let's see, though. He will have the Oracles to support this as well. 6 Oracles coming around that left-hand side. Getting ready to push with everything else. Glaive's about to finish already. Lings for the counterattack once again. Rogue with the activity in this game. He's going to keep on coming with those Zerglings. And again, just burrows them up, force an Observer, force those Robos to busy themselves and just be a distraction for a few moments from now. Something Hero has to worry about is he quite clearly is trying to focus on an attempted attack over here. We have 18 more Banes morphing. We actually start rolling in what I would call early. I don't mind the forcing the force fields on the top and then backing up, but the Banes on the bottom should have never gotten that far forward. They were just donations. This Hero is actually ahead on army supply coming into this. I still think the quality of Rogue's army is better, especially because a lot of that army is made up of sentries. The Adept's barely spread. Excuse me, sorry. And the Adept's barely spread, and he probably could have killed the Prism on the right side as well before that Adept warp in if he needed to. He's going to let those Adepts get out. None of the Immortals get saved. Honestly, not the prettiest game for a Hero. Like, he played it a little bit weirdly. He played a bit of an interesting style, sure, but I mean, he just took so much damage to Ling run by that he should never take that much damage to at the end of the day, right? You can take some damage, but losing like 30 workers in that system of events where like someone on the natural, the entire main mineral line, it's just a no-go. It's just way too much. You can't let that much happen. So, GG's. And we go to a game 3 here. Here on Rogue, we'll go the distance for our opening game of this Olimoleague Finals. Exciting, exciting, exciting. We're going to be going to Frostline to determine the winner of our opening series. So again, the way this works is that Hero and Rogue play each other. The winner of Hero Rogue plays the winner of SHIN and Classic, and the loser of those two series play each other in the lower bracket. Almost makes you want to do like, the way I would usually do this is I would do Hero SHIN. I guess I would usually do Hero SHIN, SHIN Classic, and then like win a match, lose a match, and then the other half of the bracket. Maybe we do that. I'm kind of into that actually. That might be nicer. Do like 4 players, like little 4-player clusters. I think I might like that a little bit more. It depends on the matchup, actually. I guess there's potential for PvP and ZvZ. Or just more PvZs. Okay, how about we do it like this? If the results of these first 2 series result in a PvZ winner-loser match, we will just continue down the bracket to mix the matchups up more. But if it goes into PvP ZvZ, we will just do the PvP in the ZvZ, or the ZvZ PvP, whichever way around it goes. If it goes like that, maybe we'll do the mirror matchups and then move into the rest of the bracket. Actually sounds cool to me. What do you... Twitch chat probably just doesn't care. You guys are just here to watch games, aren't you? Hey, thank you so much, Fred Mool. Thank you so much for the 8-month resub. Welcome back. Appreciate the resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we go to Frostline for game number 3. A Rogue versus Hero. You think it's a good idea, Big Daddy? Nice, that's what I love to hear. On the same page. Yeah, well, let's see what the matchups get to. We'll see after the second series, but I always think it's very nice to just kind of watch the same players for a little bit and then switch into the other set of players. Usually I do it because it helps the players' schedule, but I actually think it's a nice way of doing it as well. Like I say, we'll see what the matchups are. I'm not super hyped about casting 4 PvZs in a row if that's what it becomes, so yeah. Let's see, as we do have in the top right-hand side, the blue Protoss player is Hero, taking on the red Zerg in the bottom left, Rogue. You guys are enjoying the stream? A little tiny side section at the start of this Game 3. Do consider doing the following things, which are liking the YouTube video, subscribing to the YouTube channel, following here on Twitch. If you're really enjoying, you would like to support a little bit further than that, we obviously have membership options available on YouTube nowadays, which range a whole bunch of different price plans. So if you would like to support, check that out. If you're watching on Twitch, you can use your Prime subs to support for free, and you can subscribe regularly as well. We're currently sat at about 640 subs, guys. I would absolutely love to get that pushed back up towards 700. We've got some WardiTV events coming up this month. I would absolutely love to just have the prize money of those be a little bit more covered by the subscriber count, especially just because we're still in a little bit of a rough time for ad revenue. So if you've got a sub, go and spare a Prime sub available. You've got a few dollars to share with a sub. I really do appreciate it. That helps us out a bunch and helps us to run more StarCraft 2 action in the future. As we get going into Game 3 of this series. Access, Cervical, the Assimilator all coming through, the pylon coming up as well. All probes going to get nibbled on. It's kind of lame you can't prime sub through mobile. Yeah, the only way you can do it is if you go to your web browser and actually like log into Twitch on your web browser rather than on the Twitch app. It's yeah. It's a little sucky. It's something to do with the rules of how you do money things with it's actually, I don't actually think it's Twitch's fault though. It's something to do with the rules of how money and transactions must work on, you know, through mobile stores essentially, because the Twitch app comes from the App Store or the Google Play Store or whatever, and those stores have rules like you can't basically promote like a Prime sub instead of a subscription, because a subscription is essentially something you buy. A Prime allows you to essentially get that subscription at, like as like a voucher or something. You just can't do it on the official apps. It's crazy, isn't it, how much control these stores have over apps and companies? That's kind of bonkers to me. It's the power of pretty much everyone in the world owning 2 or 3 different types of phones. Adept is going to come shading about. Rollings will hang around there. We're going to get the Adept kill. A few drones, Queen continue to come about. When she finishes up, 3 bases get set. Hero with the next Oracle on the way. Don't expect him to play Mass Oracle this game. Is this Rogue the one people call Goat? Yes. Although a bit of a different version from Goat Rogue, because he went to the military and he's never quite reclaimed that same power, but yeah. What's the Ninja Turtles music on the background? I don't think that's on the stream. All I hear is StarCraft music. Adepts, queens, continue to move about a little bit. But yo, thank you so much. Just double checking the adepts weren't going to do anything. Chai Tea Latte 7, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for finding a way through. Thank you, thank you. Well, oracles, the adepts gather on together. Oracle's going to come through. 4 drones go down. +1 and blink coming up. The extra probes and gateways coming about. Drones, roach speed, all on the way through for the moment. And just step away. Oracles gather again. Hydroden, Roachron, roaches continue to pop about. Sword coming through again. Second queen getting caught in that straight away. That's a pretty reasonable catch as we do have ourselves the +1 attack upgrade, the blink, both coming through, so we get all of that brought up right now. Focus on the Oracle coming down on the bottom side of the map, the army of Rogue. In the upper right, trying to take position as well. Just going to see that Oracle put into place. The Estate Sword going off, just going to catch one single circling. The rest of the Stalkers coming through gates. Templar Archives and Assimilators coming about as well. Our Stalkers will try and continue down around the bottom. He's getting caught in that stasis. We still step through. Ling going down. The Hydra's taking some damage. Shots continue to come about. The Ling's are going to get around onto the Adept. The Roaches, Hydras, and Queens are going to continue over as well. The VGG's, this hero just pushes through and gets victory. This game falls apart for Rogue, unfortunately. Some good trades from Hero. He will get himself a 2-1 victory on the board here today. You got it through your web browser? You did get it through the web browser. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Alright, so Hero Rogue goes the way of Hero. So Hero gets into the winner's match. And next up, we're actually going to go into SHIN versus Classic. I just got to run some ads, guys, just in case we get them during the games. Otherwise, don't know how long these games are going to be, right? So, better safe than sorry is the usual memo that we run with. So we'll just run a round of ads and get into this PvZ coming up of SHIN versus Classic. And like I say, we'll kind of see where we go from there. I'm not married to one idea or the other right now. Very happy just to sort of see what takes place when it comes to everything else. Oh yeah, and the ads 2 minutes. Countdown is on, guys. Countdown is on. We'll give it about 30 seconds. We'll be able to go into this next round of action. Do. Alright, let's do it. Whispers of Gold gonna be our opening map here for SHIN vs Classic. Some PvZ. Let's get it underway and see what Whispers is gonna bring us. We have in the bottom right hand side the blue Zerg player here, SHIN. Taking on our red Protoss in the top left corner of the map. It is Classic. And again, number one of this best of 3. This was a gold. Sure map to start us off on, aggressive map, and that could definitely create some plays on either side of this. So we'll see if that already leads us toward something in particular. Let's get this all ready to go. Yeah, a couple PvZs to start us off as the drones coming up, the hatcheries coming in. Gateway and the probe coming online as we speak, so just continue to bring that online for the moment. Actually got some cool coming up. The gateway coming about, the probe is on the way in. And next it's on alongside that as well. The probe is producing. Yeah, the Overlord just slowly making its way up to the top left-hand side of the map. The Cybercore building, the assimilator coming online. Very exciting. How's everyone doing in the chat today? How's everyone's week going? We're nearly at that wonderful weekend, guys. Nearly at the wonderful weekend. Nearly there. They will have some fun StarCraft 2 for you guys over the weekend as well, so looking forward to that. I would love to hear from you guys. Let me know what's up. You're losing your mind over how good StarCraft is? Yeah, me too, man. Also losing my mind. Well, maybe not quite losing my mind, but maybe if the games keep getting better. There's a Stargate here from Classic, so the Protoss players continue to play Stargate heavy openings. We kind of expect that, right? So no surprises just yet. As the link speed and a few drones continue up as well. I'm just going to go shading through toward the natural and up in toward the main base. Just coming to look to see what's going on. The feelings gather up together. And there is the Stargate getting going right in the corner here. So a little bit hidden away, going to come across the map in the next few moments. We'll see how it gets utilized, if the Oracle can come across as the Adept continues to come out the front, getting through the center. The drones, the queens, continue to come on through as well, just showing us a little bit of where we're going in this game. There's the Oracle can activate, and a good few drones actually begin to drop down pretty much immediately, so some workers will die. That Oracle very nearly goes down, but Classic gets the Oracle away on low HP. before drones drop off. Again, a few more drones building. The evolution chamber is going to start up as well. Add a spore crawler into that. Oracle comes back around the bottom side. 2 oracles together will join up. Hey, thanks so much for reaching level 75 on the Royal Match. Give me high def. Thank you so much. Again, Royal Match promotion is here for 2 or 3 more days, guys, so if you still want to support, you absolutely still can get some levels in and support the stream. Exclamation mark all in the Twitch chat. We're just letting this one play all the way out, and I appreciate you guys that have been jumping on to support it because it's been amazing to see. So much love for it. It's been doing great, so thank you so much for that. This one blink coming through, gates coming up, probes on the way in. As we settle into this, the oracles will activate for a few more drones again, a little bit more damage being done once more. 1 oracle already going down. The lings are going to come back up toward the top. See our Temple Archives continue to build up. Again, +1 charge coming through. The robotics facility is going to be starting as well. Alongside that for the moment. Temple Archives is about to finish up. The lings get turned away. The couple of oracles are still moving through. They're about to finish. Melee upgrade coming online as well. Oracle Stalker's going to be hanging about for a couple of moments. We take a few, see what will go down. There's going to be a cannon and a pylon coming into play. The robot facility about to finish up. 2 gates in the storm coming online as well as the lings get through for a little bit of a cancel. The zealots continue to come about also. Oracles come back over to the top side now again. Ourselves the Bane Speed, +1 missiles, Groove Spines, again, a little bit of everything continue to come on through. We just have ourselves the Nexus coming in line with the Immortal and the +2 attacks, so again set up nicely, but I mean this is SHIN, 80 drones. Spamming up into Lingbane Hydra. We'll see how Classic does dealing with some of these attacks in the next few moments. Because it's going to get to a point very quickly here where there's just going to be a lot of units being flung at him, and there's not really much reason for SHIN to slow down if he starts getting any momentum. Now this Oracle comes up here, going to spot these Banelings, so that's a nice class spot from Classic. He gets to see a lot of what's going on there straight away. Just move back over the right side. Some units going to come across over to the left. Units gathering up together again. Lingbane coming through, +1 missiles, Muscle Augments, again, everything coming through for the moment. A couple of Zealots will go and pick off some Zerglings, so those will go down as well as SHIN gets ready to dive in. On the left-hand side, Storm's coming across the Lingbane. Hydra's coming through as well. Another nice Storm onto the Banelings right there. Hydra's and the Bane still trying to step on through. The +1 missile upgrade is finishing very shortly as the Hydras and Lings will get rid of that Nexus. The Nexus goes down, the Archon gets picked off here. Another couple of Archons, Immortal Stalkers being chased away up toward the top side. SHIN pulls back. 11 probes going down for Classic. Round 2 here from SHIN is Classic. Drops the Storm, hits a lot of Zealots as much as it hits the Banes. There's a couple of High Templars that get away from those Banelings, and they will try and utilize their Storm effectively here against what is a lot of Hydras, and I'm afraid there's not really a lot of bulk to tank the Hydras. Archons are pretty tanky, yes. Storms come down, but the Hydras are healthy enough to stand and fight. That means a lot of DPS coming through, especially now as Lings stream through, and we've already obviously lost the Storms. It's kind of down to these Archons to provide the splash damage, and we're down to just one Archon as well, as the Hydras have some good step forward. SHIN on the hunt to try and take this opening game here on Whispers of Gold. Going to turn back along towards the natural, knock down a pylon there that depowers the Robo, and a couple of gates along with it, and this is going to start being a little bit more challenging, although these units are kind of on the wrong side of their reinforcements. I guess we can kind of stand in the wall and fight very efficiently here, although a lot of the units are not fighting. They need to come back over. Things starting to show up, still streaming from across the map, but yeah, those Hydras get a bit exposed in the end. Probes end up pulling into this as well. We'll see all the Hydras get cleaned out. 7 workers killed. The rest of the Ling Hydra coming online. The +2 missiles coming over. That's an additional 9 Banelings being produced here currently from SHIN. So we get an extra round of Ling Bane. I mean, he's just going to keep sending it, right? I think in this scenario, you've done enough to justify just go. Oh, that's nice Stasis Sword. That will buy you a little bit of time. Two cannons, get rid of a Ling there. The Bane's going to start streaming through. My Templar's going to have to run, but we lose 2 out of 4. And now there's a couple Storms left again, but I love this. The Lings, just a few of them darting forward, and that's it. That's all the Storms used. It's just really good play. Just sending a few units after those High Templars, chase them, threaten them, and hence picking up a win with some good play there. GG's, and that is going to be SHIN onto a 1-0 lead in this best of 3, taking the first map of this series. So SHIN gets off to a flying start, as we'll be heading into a game number 2 on ley lines in a couple of moments here for a second round. Yeah, SHIN just gets to 80 drones and is able to just pew pew pow pow pow. No reason to hold back right there. Is able to just full send it, and obviously sees a lot of success from the full send. Very nicely done. Let's get into game number 2, guys. Ley lines, as I mentioned. Let's see what SHIN has in store for us here as we get into round 2 of the action. In the top right-hand side, our red Protoss player here is Classic. Taking on the blue Zerg in the bottom left. This is SHIN. SHIN gets the 1-0 lead then. Excited to see what that leads us to, see what happens. So we settle down, game number 2 this. Hatch coming down the front as well, we get that underway. Overlord heads across to the upper right-hand side, so journeying over again next to Cybercore Simulator. Coming through for a couple of moments, Hatch Gas and Pool coming online, and get ourselves settled for a few moments here. Overlord overhead, the Adept is going to be Chrono Boosting out the Gateway. Nexus and Stargate coming up, the Link Speed coming through. Continue to get settled for a couple of moments. Deathful Shade. We get set up. Yo, Terranzoid, thank you so much for the €5 super chat arena, yo. Coming in. Go, Zerg, go! Yeah, it would be nice to see some Zergs staying in the winners bracket, right? We just saw Rogue drop down to the lower bracket. He's the only other Zerg in the tournament, so it would be nice to see Shin at least a step into that winners bracket would be nice. Adept is coming through, trying to see a little bit of what taking place here. The gate at the front again, a few drones, Link Speed all coming through for a couple of moments. The Adept Oracle, Warp Gate going online, the spores and the drones getting picked away. The Ling's going to go after the Proby. I'm just going to be having ourselves the Lings pulling back around. So again, a couple of different positions being taken for the moment as our Lings will jump back onto the Adept. Oracles gather. I'm moving about. It's gonna be seeing the extra couple of Adepts coming over as well. Four drones go down. Classic with some good damage, however, comes at the cost of an Oracle. And anytime you're losing an Oracle, you're not exactly super in love with it. It was a little bit of a shame as we do have the Oracle still just sat around in the center. Rotron, drones, Overlord coming up, Twilight Council and Forge building. Add a Nexus along with that, a couple of probes as well. Those Oracles still joining up in the center as the Adepts move down to the bottom left-hand side. So just going to journey over, and this classic Adept Oracle, I mean, it's becoming a classic, no name pun intended, just, this is becoming a classic move for the Protoss, just Adepts, no upgrades, just Adepts and Oracles, and just pushing through and trying to get some value. It's becoming, like I say, a very popular way of harassing in the early stages and applying a good bunch of pressure. Like I say, definitely becoming a very popular option. Link's come moving about. We have ourselves the lair coming in, the Extractor's coming up. Overlord's in production as well, as the Adepts are going to shade down to the bottom a little bit. The Lings will continue to move around. The drones pull back into the mineral patches. Adepts will shade back over through the top side again, so they're just going to pull away. Temple Archives and gates coming through. Oracles will activate for a couple of drones. We come back around the bottom side. Another drone takes a bit of damage, pops down the Hydra Den. It's to go away immediately there. And yeah, just going to drop a Temple Archives into place. A couple of simulators still coming through for the moment. Sudden Depths will be there. The Lings get turned back to the center. +1 Storm coming through. Again, just get those Oracles moving about. The Storm and the +1 coming on in. With that Blink coming through from Classic as well. All of that coming online here. Got a Spire in from Shin. 10 Roaches, +1 missiles, and the Roach speed coming through. I'm just going to have ourselves Spire finishing in a few moments. Stalkers are coming across, the High Templars and so joining up together as well. Five more Mutalisks in production right here. Roach and Lings coming about, +1 missiles coming online. Now Blink is going to be finishing very shortly. Once again, just Stargate and Fleet Beacon coming through from Classic. Stalkers will get rid of the first Overlord, aiming for the second. Lings run up, a couple of probes beginning to go down. The Zealots getting caught once again. Few workers going down immediately. And 10 Overlords all coming online. The Ravagers, the Lings, Queen and the missile upgrade coming up. Stargate plus a Fleet Beacon will be next online as well as our +2 attack upgrade. Building from Classic, additional cannons coming online. Mutas on the map from Shin. Let's see if he can fly himself to a 2-0 victory as he comes across right now. Trying to find action on 2 different locations. The Lings trying to break through the front. That ain't happening. They just get stormed to death. One Storm gets rid of all of those. Now a Storm on the bottom side to stop the Roach Ravager force. As Classic dealing with his onslaught of Zerg. The Mutalisks are ping-ponging between bases, but not a lot of damage taken as Phoenix that should be chasing after them. Obviously Classic getting a little behind with so much going on at once. The Oracles activate again. 5 probes going down. Another couple of Ravagers will go down. So the Storm on the Roach Ravager Ling. Another Storm on the Ravagers again. Another Storm on the Lings. Oracles will keep activating. Another nice Storm. Roach Ravager taking an absolute beatdown. First of Baal's going to miss those Oracles. Now we jump onto the Mutas as well. She's actually just going to say GG. Seems like he was pretty committed to this idea of attacking, and the moment that the attack falls through, just doesn't think he's going to have enough to bounce back in the game and stay in this. So Classic ties it up 1-1. Take us to a game 3 here, which we'll be getting into momentarily. Thank you, Hermes64, gifting out a sub to the channel on the Twitch stream. Going out to Beer, Beard, and Bread. Beautiful name. Had to. I read that one before I said it out loud, and I still messed it up at the start. Beer, Beard, Bread. Beautiful. Thank you so much for the for this gifted sub, Hermes64. Thank you so much again, guys. Trying to push that sub count back up towards 700. Help us run some StarCraft 2 tournaments this month and next month. If you are sitting on a Prime sub or anything, do consider supporting. It goes a long way. Helps us to continue producing games for you guys. So check that out as we head to El Dorado to decide Shin versus Classic. 1-1. Winner moves on to play Hero. The loser drops down to play a Rogue. Let's get this underway as we have in the bottom left-hand side our Red Protoss player with the defense across all his different bases there to give him the tied-up situation. It is Classic taking on Shin in the bottom right. Our blue Zerg player. Let's see if he has more aggression planned for us here going into a game 3. Obviously, El Dorado provides a lot of possibilities for interesting things that can take place and happen. Different map layout or base layout. It can be a fairly aggressive map sometimes, but it becomes more difficult to be aggressive because of the way the bases expand sometimes, so we will see. But obviously the gold base opportunities also make it fairly intriguing. Missing Overlord coming through. The hatch casting pool coming up. We get settled down here. We're moving about again. Next is Cybercore continue coming around. Take a few moments to get settled. Obviously, you can see already SHIN starts to make his way towards the bottom side of the map, working his way through these minerals here. Hatch coming onto the third base again. Robo facility coming through. Link speed hatch. Everything fairly normal for the moment here. Still going to be in position. Overlord gets turned around. We get 5 gates from Classic, so the Robo is already suggestive of aggression. The 5 extra gates will double down on that. And we are going to be sending it. As the Prism starts up, obviously we do have ourselves one Immortal already set to go, and that will just be it. One Immortal, a ton of units. Rotron only just starts now from SHIN. 35 drones isn't bad if he does nothing but produce units from here. It might be his plan. We'll close back. The Rotron coming through. The units coming through the center. Still going to shoot a couple links, take some damage. I think he's going to try and push forward. So just running up the front, but I mean, Link counterattacks gold great and all, but it means you're missing units back on the other side of the map. Things will continue to fight. The Zealots will be hitting here. The drone's going to be taking some more shots. I mean, like I say, the Roaches have no protection. All those links across the map have done absolutely nothing. Drones going down 11. The Zealots just overrunning this natural expansion in Classic. Has the supply lead in a big way. Does lose the Prism. I think it may be too far gone for the Prism dying to matter. The Links finally break through on the other side. We get some probes, but it's just nothing compared to what's being done on this side of the map in comparison. There's going to maybe GG's Classic is going to take it with a little cheeky all-in. I love it. Doing something a little bit different, a little bit funky. And he's going to get that one in his favor. GG's Classic 2. And SHIN 1, which does mean that we end up with the PvP winner match. And the ZVZ lower match. I think we're going to do those next, guys. I think I'm into it. I think I'd rather do the PvP and ZVZ now and then move into the other matchups. Let's do that. Let's do the PvP first. Let's do the winners match first, and then we can do the lower match after. So winners match is Hero versus Classic. We'll set up to do that right now. Yeah, let's do the winners match first. I like it. Perfect. That means we need Classic Hero. Perfect. Alright. I tell you what, guys, I'm just going to throw the break screen on for a couple minutes here while we have some ads play. Oh, I'm just going to nip to the bathroom and stuff. I'll be right back in just a few moments. See you guys in a sec. Alright guys, we are going into Classic versus Hero. Game number 1 going to be on Ultra Love. Pick this off. Let's get underway into some more PvZ. So this is going to be the winners round 2. As we have in the bottom left. Our red Protoss player is Classic. Taking on the blue Protoss. On the top right hand side we have got Hero. Game number 1 of the series. Opening game of this PvP then. We do have obviously a map with the ramps, a potential to see expansion versus expansion, which we're going to see very quickly here from Hero's side. He's going to go Nexus first, which is something that he actually does a fair amount. Like, he mixes this in a lot. And Classic's just going to say, okay, I'm going to let you do it as well. I'm not going to try and punish you or anything. He's just going to throw his Nexus down before his Cybercore and say, cool, I'll be a little bit late. I'll be a bit faster on my Cybercore still, on my Wolf Gate. And we'll just go from there, so... Couple of rows coming across. Workers taking some damage. Pro coming down again. Cybercore Gateway continue to come around for a little bit. Have ourselves the Stargate coming about. Nexus coming through. We'll have ourselves the Stargate continue to come about for a couple moments then. Have ourselves the probe, gonna nibble at the other probe for a few moments. Gonna see a couple probes going down. The Stalker is gonna get there. The Adept will fall. The Oracle and Warp Gate coming through. The couple Stalkers and Warp Gate coming up as well. And that's the hallucination popping out. It's gonna make its way off and across to the other side of the map also here. Oracle coming through. The Warp Gate coming online for a few moments. Hallucination is floating about as well, so getting set. Obviously, the Stargate from Classic allows him to have Oracle preference in this game, which is pretty fun. I do think there's so much value in the Oracles nowadays. The stasis wards coming down so frequently make big changes. Obviously, it does delay your blink, but like I say, the value of stasis wards and just Oracle harassment in general does so freaking much for you a lot of the time. So I really do think there's a lot of value to be had there as the hallucination keeps track of this Oracle for a little while longer. Oracle still flying a boot, as we do have ourselves the Twilight Council, like I say, about to finish from Classic. So he's going to be, what, about 45, say 50 seconds behind on Blink right now. Seems to be the case. The Oracle will pop the probe on the stasis ward as well. Just gonna be able to grab that. Oracle's gather. It's gonna drop a stasis ward down again. Next is coming about. The gate coming online. Couple stalkers are going to shoot. Oracle will take some damage, getting pushed back the other way. Again, the Oracle is going to activate. A couple probes going down. Good stasis ward. Like I say, these stasis wards do a lot for you. They buy you time. Nothing's going to come from Hero before Classic has Blink, so Classic will, like I say, have Blink before anything else comes of this. Stalkers and sentries continue to move about. Just going to be seeing the stalkers gather for a couple of moments. Hallucination coming down the bottom left-hand side. Again, extra gates coming online. Big amount of gateways from Classic as he sets up into this next stage. We already see Hero making use of his Twilight Council beyond the blink with the charge upgrade coming through as well. 6.5 minutes in on Ultra 11. Considering they both fast expanded, we're seeing a very macro-focused game from them beyond that as well. Like, sometimes you'd expect maybe from two base we see aggression, but like I say, with the Oracle and Stasis wards, not much has really come about, and that's another nice Stasis from Classic. Going to catch Hero in a few of his probes over there, so they're going to get caught already. These Stalkers of Hero continue to come across, and Classic will be getting chased down to the bottom left-hand side once more. +1 charge continue to come through. Oracle's just going to activate. A couple probes going down. Force fields drop. We're going to see our Stalkers coming over. Obviously, Classic wants to get in position to defend this as he wants to keep his own upcoming 4th base alive. Not a base he necessarily has to defend by any means, but if he can get away with it, then brilliant. He has some Zealots mixed in here already as well. Hero finishing his own charge now. A couple of his Stalkers left behind, which I don't think he's looking at, so those are a couple of free pickings at the very end of it all. That's a good defense from Classic. Pushes Hero away, has that +1 in his favor during this as well. He'll take the lead onto +2 also. Gets that set up. Couple more shots coming about. Stalker's going to be firing. We continue to come through. Yeah, Temple Archives, that +2 attack coming on up here for the moment. Stalker's going to blink underneath. We get rid of the Oracle. A couple of mortals will step forward. It's set to go. Stalkers and Zealots are going to step forward. Rocks are going to be targeted here as we will push through it. So those Rocks are going to take some shots. There's the Zealots and the High Templars coming through as well. Stalkers will continue to gather, and we just have Zoun continue to push up. A couple of Zealots getting caught. Damage already being done. Again, we're chipping onto those Zealots. The army of Classic comes around the left-hand side. A couple of Zealots charge through. We're going to get rid of one Zealot already. Make that a second. Guardian shields activate, and now more Stalkers and Zealots coming about. A couple of probes go down, as we do have workers going to be threatened by DTs across the map, so... yeah, interesting moment or two, because Hero's about to arrive with those DTs, and Classic is not really super well set to deal with them. The Classic is in position very nicely on the other side of the map right now, so... yeah, let's set up decently there. Stalkers is going to get a couple more shots off. 12 probes go down for Classic here, but he has a massive army supply lead. The upgrade advantage is there as well. He's going to remain up at base unless the DTs do significantly more in the next few moments, which, yeah, I think they've had their probes, but I don't think they're going to get anything else. The warpins have been made. The detection is up and online. I just don't think we go anywhere further with this right now. Yeah, a couple more pickoffs. DTs are warping in once again. Here we're going to rely on those to try and get more done. But he trails by about, what, 20 army supply right now? He's about to even up the upgrades at least, so that +2 advantage of Classic will fade away. Winners match here between Hero and Classic. Winning round 2 of this Olimoleague finals. Just blinking up, going to get rid of one of the Immortals quickly. Good start to the fight from Classic. Obviously, you're giving Hero position on your base, with the idea being that you can come in from the other side with those Zealots and actually kind of catch this army a little bit. Next Immortal goes down quickly again. Charge about to finish up, so this army of Classic is about to improve tenfold. Because let's face it, charge lots are so much better than slow lots. And those Stalkers begin to drop down. Now we do kill the 4th base. That is one victory for Hero here, as he also gets 13 probes. So Classic sits down 9 workers, the base falls. Hero already has a 4th on the way. The problem is still going to be Classic's army supply, 81 to 44. There's no way he ain't coming across the map and swinging that army advantage into the face of Hero to at least try and do something. I mean, he's right here, right now already. Like I say, no surprises at all as we press through, and we are just going to walk into the natural. Apparently still not observed with this army, though, and that's going to mean the DT defense can start to come into play. Just continue to press our way in. We jump onto more of these workers. I mean, we're going to essentially base trade here as Hero comes back down the bottom right-hand side. So he's going to be just, I mean, base trading with less army supply is never a great deal. The advantage you might have in a base trade is the DTs, right? But there's only one DT on the map. Dark Shrine will probably fall soon. And we're also working with 4 observers, so I don't think DTs are even going to be that big of a deal. We have a recall and a few probes, escaping them out over to that far right side base so they can stay alive as well. Nexus goes down. Just going to be seeing a few more probes drop, and the Zealots wrapping around, and this Nexus continues to drop here currently. I mean, the supplies are evening out, but Hero still has more probes on the map, which, if this game gets to the point of mining again, then sure. But the reality is that I don't think that's necessarily going to be much of a case. Let's see. As we finish up the structures in the main base on both sides. I mean, Hero is going to be kind of in the main, and Classic's coming to chase his army in that main base right now, actually. Let's go look at it. Yep, he's going to come chase this. The Stalkers obviously have their blink. They can blink out of here. Gonna go after the Prism and we'll get it. Oh no, they're running right into the corner. Those Stalkers, they're gonna have to blink back the other way. They kind of got themselves stuck, honestly. And I mean, you can blink out now with what, 2 Stalkers? Well, that's pretty much your whole army gone. So there's almost no chance. As we actually do lose the Nexus that Classic was building, he does have minerals to build another. The thing is, Hero's army is not big enough to stop Classic from killing his bases now, and Classic can slowly just make his way around those bases and shut that down. Find the base of Hero on the bottom right side, the other base of Hero under fire as well. Again, base trade wise, this doesn't work well for you. And Classic also has a defense on his last few structures in the top left, bottom left, sorry, and that means that Classic is going to end up winning this base trade scenario, and that's a 1-0 lead for our, I guess, underdog Protoss in this series. I think a lot of people have been on the Hero hype train lately, me included. So to see Classic kind of coming through and winning a pretty cool and convincing game one as well. Like, he really dictated this game in a lot of ways. And he had a good enough answer when Hero showed up with aggression. A lot of the time, people kind of go up against Hero, and it's like, it's going well, and then Hero's like, kabam! you know, my DTs show up or my harass shows up and they just start to falter and fall apart. They can't play to the speed that hero makes them play at. And that becomes a big problem. That doesn't really happen in a game like this one. So, yeah. Alright guys, we are going to go into Frostline for game number 2 as Hero will try and bounce back to win this upper bracket semi-finals. This upper bracket semi-finals, you win this, you're guaranteed top 3 of the tournament, by the way. Prize pool for this is about $2,000 for first place and scaling downwards from there. So a big event, this one. This is not just any old event. This one really is labeled finals for a reason. As we go into game number 2. In the bottom left, down a map, will be our blue Protoss player, Hero. He takes on the red Protoss in the top right corner. Classic. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss player is going to be Hero, and he is obviously looking to bounce back and see if he can get it done. The gate's coming in, a simulator is coming up. You can see our probe nibbling at another probe again. Cybercore coming through currently from Classic and from Hero. 2 gateways each coming online. Nibble, nibble, nibble. Again, get the Cybercore and the pylons coming in. The gate's coming online. The probe's coming up and through. Well, the depth's very much so still coming online as a Stalker and a Sentry, the choice from Hero. So a little bit of early game decisions being made in terms of work, in terms of unit composition, and so obviously we're at the point now as gas comes online, we will start to decide what we put that gas into. Currently just Sentries seems to be the case, as we do get the block off here as Hero once again in Classic is going to be facing the same, or dealing the same across the map. Again, both players trying to delay their opponents from expanding. But just as long as possible. A couple of adepts will continue to come on through, so that is going to continue across as well. Away they go. Five probes go down. It's actually not bad from Classic to begin with. Quite a lot of workers, really, for such an early stage of the game. Stalkers and Sentries just going to move on through. And straight across right now, the units will gather together. Depths will shade through forward as well. Maybe Hero's chance to get some of that worker damage, and so he will find some of it at the very least. And we do have our kill coming in, hallucination moving about, again sentries, a stalker coming on around, the Nexus Chrono boosting. And again, we continue to bring the blink up into play. Continue to get a lot of this on the way for the moment. And Stalkers and Sentries will be there, just pushing the hallucination away for a few moments. And our Shrine Robot facility continue to come about. Things about to be finished from Classic here. He's also going into that Dark Shrine, and there's no detection currently available on the map from Hero, which is going to be a major problem in the next few moments. He needs to start a robo like now, else he is in trouble. I mean, he's probably realistically in trouble here no matter what. A robo now would have at least started to give him some potential defense. Feels as though there's not going to be much opportunity at all. DT moves up into the main base, just going to be going straight through. And like I say, there's no detection from Hero, so he doesn't really have much way to play around this. He just says GG. He doesn't have anything going for himself on the other side that's going to make up for what's going to be pretty much every worker dying or a ton of lost mining time. And that will be GG. That will be Classic taking game number 2 and a 2-0 victory over Hero here in this winner bracket semi-final. So Classic moves to the top 3 of the tournament. Just like that, he goes to get straight into the top 3. And, yeah, I think shocks a few people there with the 2-0 over Hero. Good first game from him as well. I know his second game he just has DTs and his opponent's not ready for them, but yeah, very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Alright, guys, so we're going to go next into the ZVZ between SHIN and Rogue. We'll be heading into that shortly. A couple moments for some ads. And then we'll head into some ZVZ in the lower bracket, Series 4 out of 8. That will be covered from this tournament today. So after Rogue versus SHIN, we'll have Clem versus Cure, and Zoun versus Creator, and we'll do the same thing. We'll do Clem Cure, Zoun Creator. The winner of those two play each other, the loser of those two play each other, and that will be us for the day, StarCraft-wise. So that's what's going on. That's where we are at. Like I say, heading into Rogue SHIN in just a few moments. Do, 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 do. Alright guys, so yeah, we're gonna head into this ZVZ. I think we're good actually. Let's just do it. Let's just pop it off. Rogue versus SHIN, keep the best of 3s rolling. And let's go. So yes, we're gonna go Rogue vs Shin, and then we're gonna do the Clem vs Cure, Zoun vs Creator section of the bracket afterwards. Just thought it'd be better like this. I don't know. I saw a couple of mirror matchups. I'm like, I don't want to do mirror matchups at the end of the day. I'd rather do mirror matchups now. Let's say this, we have mirror matchups coming up anyway, I guess, so suppose we will see what happens. Shin in the bottom left and Rogue in the upper right. Still just a best of 3 here in the elimination match. One of these two Zergs will go home on this one. Couple coming about. Hatch got some pool coming up. Just gonna see the couple drones coming around. Hopefully, we'll continue to the upper right. Do. So drone's just mining away. It's going to be seen our Overlord heading towards the upper right-hand side. Overlord coming around the right side again. The Rogue army sitting at the front. Hopefully hanging out overhead. Ling's going to chase. We do have our Ling speed coming through. Again, Laren drones on the way up. We got our Extractor coming around. Rotron and Evo Chambers coming up. The drones and the Queens coming over as well. And again, the rest of the Zerglings coming about here as our Evos and Rotron will settle down. The drones still coming through. We'll just take a few moments to hang about for the next little bit. Obviously, TVZ gonna get interesting here because we have that fast lair coming up from Rogue. No third base because he skips. Well, no third base even though he has Ling speed. It's Shin that's skipping Ling speed, and hence no third base from him makes a lot of sense because you don't go Ling speed. But funnily enough, like you skip Ling speed and then you go lair, and so we have two fast lairs. Rogue's been a little bit quicker, in fact, significantly quicker, and he's got Ling speed to his name as well. It's a very weird situation here. He just went into gas mining so much sooner than his opponent. Link's still gathering up. We are going to be seeing our Spire coming through. Again, the lair continuing to come about. A couple Extractors continuing in. Those Zerglings of Rogue come across the map right now. Spire and additional Lings building. The Overlord's coming through. That Spire's just going to be later from Shin. I mean, everything that Rogue has done here to me sets him up so much better for the Spire play. Things are going to split. The link speed and the +1 miss upgrade coming through. The overlord's coming over. Things will just continue across the map. The Mutas overhead. Again, the missile +1 flyer attack upgrade coming through. Those lings are gonna wrap around. It's gonna wrap around still again. The Muta's coming through. Carapace upgrade coming up, +1 flyer attacks coming in. Interesting that Rogue going flyer attacks. I mean, the Carapace from SHIN suggests that he has a better idea of at least what's going on, but he's gonna be out Mutalisked, and upgrade is nicer to have the Carapace instead of the attack because of the way the glaives bounce, but that may not matter in the grand scheme of things here if your opponent just has that many more Mutas, which I think Rogue is heading to because he's just had that much more gas mining with the build order that he picked. Queens are going to be there. Mutalisks get turned around. I mean, right now on the map, it's 13 to 9 meters. Obviously, a little bit of defender's advantage positioning-wise for SHIN. I mean, SHIN might just have to play defensive meters. Just get some spores up, hope that Rogue takes some bad fights, and try and capitalize on some of those. I don't think there's much more he can really do right now, to be honest. Couple queens getting jumped on. The Mutas are going to be there. First queen does not go down. Okay, Mutas coming up on both sides. Ling's going to chase. The Ling's getting pushed around. Mutalisk coming back over. Flying Carapace coming through as well. We will see more Zerglings coming down to the bottom. Still just up by a few Mutalisks, so we're actually going to engage in. Oh, this fight starts off well for Rogue because he had the upgrade to start. Now the upgrade finishes for SHIN. In theory, the upgrade is better for SHIN, like I say. Will that affect the numbers? It's a 5 Mutalisk lead. It's actually kind of crazy. The advantage that Rogue has meter-wise. I mean, I'm sort of surprised he doesn't take a 4th hatch behind this. I mean, they're only on 43 drones each. They're barely mining a 3rd base. It's just about gas mining. The Lings are going to go after the Queens. The Lings will help as well, because the Lings should absorb some of the opposing Mutalisk bounces, which means that it's not always the Mutas that are taking each and every bounce of damage. This Rogue is going to push on through, and he's looking very comfortable and good right now. Overlord's taking shots. The Lings are running in on the upper right-hand side. Queens are going to be there, pushing those Lings back into the main base. Those Lings are going to run through as well, potentially getting a wrap around on the lair. And the Muta's going to go through for a couple of Overlords, perhaps going to go into the natural, where the Spore Crawler can be jumped on, because we're just that far ahead apparently. So we get the Spore. We're going to go and turn on the Mutas once more. I think it's still an okay decision for Rogue. It's scary, but I think it's going to be alright, as workers go down on both sides, but they both start on similar workers. It's a similar amount of workers dying. And this Mutalist wall going in favor of Rogue just means you never recover here, basically. As SHIN, there's not really a way to stop this right now, and it's a low number of Mutas left, but it's still a Muta advantage, and Rogue will just always be able to rally more Mutas into that. Hence, Rogue is able to take the 1-0 lead here in some ZVZ. Alright, so Rogue with the 1-0 lead, going to ley lines for a second map. Let's see how he does. Heading into a map 2 here in a few moments. Let's get this straight going. Some faster games mean we don't have to stop to run the ads again. In the upper right side, our blue Zerg is going to be Rogue. Taking on the red Zerg. In the bottom left-hand side, we have SHIN. Hatch gas pool this time around. Maybe see something a little bit more regular to begin with. Pool's coming across. Hatch gas pool coming around. Let's take a few moments here. Wallings making their way to the center, just gonna nibble once again. Rogue is gonna skip the Ling speed. So sorry, for some reason I keep thinking it was Rogue that skipped Ling speed last game. It wasn't, it was SHIN. This time Rogue will skip Ling speed. So mixing it up a little bit here, game to game. Second's gonna go down. And the Evolution Chamber Rogue starts up, so we'll see him getting straight to that Evo Chamber, straight to that upgrade. Get that underway. There's a Carapace upgrade from Rogue, which means he is going to get Ling speed as well, yeah, because go Carapace, you want to benefit Lings and Roaches. The whole point is to set up the Ling Roach combo, you know? So that's exactly what we're going to start moving towards right now. Get that ready to go. Nine Roaches building from SHIN, who, if he's just gonna go for a Roach roll in here, he's running into trouble, I think. Because I think Rogue is just looking to build a Roach Ling attack off of basically 2 or 3 more drones. So that really does not set up well for you at all. Not ideal as the Lings continue to gather up. Again, Ling speed, Carapace coming up. Lings and Ravagers coming through the top, Roaches coming over. And here we go, starting to run through. Like I say, I mean, Rogue is waiting with a lot of his Lings. So he actually didn't even wait. Or he didn't actually build Roaches even. He's just going to have a ton of Lings. As this wall gets opened up, I think he's going to reveal the Lings. Because I think before then, he's kind of happy for these units to come in. And now, he's going to show the surround. In come the Lings, and they are going to get a full wraparound on that Roach Ravager. You're going to get outlinged as well. Like I say, Rogue didn't have a low supply count or, unit count here. He just needed the right fight, and he's going to get it. Doesn't even lose the Roach roll in case he wants to use that after. And now he's going to have a Carapace upgrade advantage in this game number 2. As Rogue, I love how he just poised and waited right there. I absolutely love it. I think that's the absolutely correct call. I think it was a great choice. Very smart. Well, now we go across the map. The Carapace is going to help you a lot here. As Lings will take on Lings, they'll be favored there. The Queens will try and help out. Can Rogue have enough to punch through 3-4 Roaches? Probably not going to make much difference here. We morph in 1 Ravager, but more Lings are streaming over. Rogue ain't going to stop. Like I say, very nicely done for him as he will come through, and now we can start to jump onto some of those drones as well. The Lings keep dying, and Rogue will confirm the 2-0 in this best of 3. So Rogue 2, SHIN 0. GG's. GG's. Alright, so Rogue gets the 2-0 here. And that is going to wrap up our first half of the matches. You wonder what percentage of people enjoy mirror matchups? The easiest way to check that is go look on YouTube and check to see the viewership difference between a mirror match and a non-mirror match. You know, you won't find any on mine because I don't upload mirror matchups anymore because it just isn't worth it anymore, believe it or not. It's actually crazy. But, yeah. Alright guys, we're going to move into the second half of the matches in this tournament, which is going to be Clem versus Cure up next. So we're going to get that TVT, which, knowing Clem, is probably actually going to be a PVT, coming up next. So we'll get that set to go. And we'll be starting that one on Whispers of Gold in a minute or two. So Clem versus Cure, and then Zoun versus Creator. The winners of those two matches play each other. The loser of those two play each other as well. That is where we are at. Alright, give us a couple moments, guys. Got some ads played out. Alright, let's do this. Let's jump into Clem versus Q guys. That's good. It is going to be a PVT then between these two. Last time we casted these two, it was a Clem victory, right? If I'm not mistaken. As we have in the bottom right side, Blue Terran player Cure. Yeah, he lost 0-3 in a WardiTV Mondays to Clem, playing Protoss not so long ago. So we'll see if we learn anything from that as we get this up and running. Game one of this best of 3 as we kick this off and we get this underway. And we'll see what happens. The start of this one. Probes moving about. Engineer Bay barracks coming over. We get settled down for a couple of moments. The probes are going to come through. Just seeing our little bit of setup with the engineering bay block going to be doubled up by Q. So Clem just pulls the probes, 5 of them, and he's going to force that SCV away. But double engineering bay blocking here. Q trying to put a disruption to Clem's game plan. Feeling as though maybe that if he can disrupt Clem's game plan, that might be the best course of action for him here. I don't hate the concept. I think there's a lot of logic behind it. We'll see if it can come true. There's the SCV. We'll go chasing the probe. And next is just going to drop down into play. The Cybercore is coming up as well. That's all down again. Nexus Simulator is going to be coming up. It's going to be seeing the probe moving across on the other side. CC will build from Cure, and obviously Clem will get his Nexus on the way too. And there's going to be a couple of Marines with the Hellion. Starport now building from Cure as well. See how big he goes on the Hellion counter if he switches into Widowmine production. Sometimes you build one Hellion to help with this first Adept, and then you can kind of go from there as the Adept pulls over. And the Starport coming through, the CC coming online, Twilight Count's still building up. Hellion coming around. Gonna be seeing the Adept gonna chase, and that Hellion taking a couple nibbles. Adept is gonna get on it, clean it up. Yeah, reasonable scout all the way into the main base, gets to see the Twilight Council, so pretty decent. It's going to be there. Adept getting pushed around the other side. Probes jumping into the assimilators. Siege tank Marines continue to come through for a couple of moments. The medevac moves into this main base where we begin to unload, and those Marines get to go down, chase those Stalkers off a little bit. He's continuing through 3 probes, taking damage. Probes going down, the Marines still chasing. I mean, this is pretty bad already for Clem, right? You lose 8 probes, your Stalkers are hurt already, which kind of sucks. Now, yes, you clean up everything, but 8 probes is a pretty hefty price to pay for cleanup at this stage of the game, and Clem definitely going to be in a little bit of trouble here. As Blink finishes, he'll get across the map. We know Clem loves playing the Blink, so we'll get into that Blink, we'll get across the map, and we'll see what he can do next. Again, bunker fills up. The barracks and the engineering bay continue to come over. Stalker's going to gather around. Thanks to the Firestalkers taking hits, a couple of probes going down on the other side once again as Clem has had to evacuate his natural mineral line from the Ravens, so that's going to be Q. Continue to pile on the pressure for Clem. Looks as though the Stalker's going to blink in for the siege tank here, don't love that, and he needs some bad shots as well. Clem is getting absolutely, well, slashed apart here in this game 1. It is going horrifically for him, quite frankly. Where's the music's going to repair up the bunker, charge still coming online. Deepo's gonna hit. Deepo's gonna take some damage. Now gonna see the Marines getting over there. Oh, even more Stalkers going down. Clem with some uncharacteristically rough micro at the moment. I think just a little bit desperate to do damage following the damage he took, and because of that, he's trying to push it a little bit further than he might typically. Marauder Medvac still coming through. Stim Combat +1 coming up as well. Can't charge coming up. Extra gates coming in. The Immortal coming by. Marauder Medevac coming about. The Stim Combat +1 coming through as well as the Bioforce Secure gets to the top. We're just going to be seeing the Stalkers taking a few shots of damage. We go back and forth for a few moments. We get up toward that third base as one tank sieges. Q with a push here, which I think ends the game because, let's be realistic, we've seen what's happened so far. It has not been great for Clem at all. He's been losing units consistently. This has really not been ideal. I mean, if he cleans this up, I will call it something of a miracle. Does charge into the bottom side. One tank goes down. Just going to be seeing the other tanks taking some damage. Fire will clean up. Yeah. We get rid of 2 tanks out of 4, and the Bioforce is still there. Here is going to take a comfortable game 1. Early game damage transcends any amount of things that you can do as Clem to try and get back in this game. And hence we get ourselves a 1-0 lead for Cure in this best of 3 with ley lines coming up for map 2. And Clem is going to find himself down a map in the very first round. We're back to winner bracket round of 8 here. So round 1 of this winner bracket. And Clem is maybe on a fast track down to the lower bracket. If he does not turn it around in a game number 2, he's going to stick to Protoss, as we have got up. In the bottom left-hand side is our blue Terran player, Cure. In the top right, our red Protoss, it is Clem trying to get back on track here. Good with the straight up proxy T-Rex. Once again, super aggressive in this second game. Clem will come across and will notice no barracks at least. Type goal coming online. Zelt coming about. Got ourselves settled in for a few moments. Well, SCV's coming about. Obviously, the Marauders here. Time for us to go pushing forward. CV just going to go chasing. Probe takes damage. Couple more is going to step forward. Clem, just because he knows what's up, has decided he's going to have an expansion. He's just going to build a robo. He's going to be super safe against this. It's going to turn into a weird game. Cure goes back without doing much. Factor on the way. Near to play with an expansion just yet. And the gas steal is interesting as well from Clem because it does limit what you can do as Cure right now. Obviously, the mutant units are out on the map as well, so until you come back, and with these units, you just can't have a second gas. CC starts, Starport starts, Clem goes into a prism and will get his expansion started. So we'll get this underway right now too. As we settle down here for this game, the assimilator will get cleaned up, and that should free the way for the next few moments. T-Rex is going to drop into the main base next few moments. Again, Nexus coming about, Twilight Council coming through. Wouldn't mind. He gets burrowed, gets rid of a Zealot. Now the Stalker's going to play the dodging game as Clem. That's why Clem is great, right? And there's nothing to really zone these units, especially like, I mean, basically the Widow Mines, but the Widow Mines obviously have been kind of just getting cleaned up. We burrow that mine that's on cooldown. I think he should have been able to put that back in the medevac. Clem with great micro here. The Stalkers again dodging away via the War Prison, making sure none of the Widow Mines hit. Just continue to pull back. The SCVs are going to pull forward, and we are going to see Clem just begin to micro out of this main base. Again, beautiful, clean attack out of Clem. He lost a Zealot in this game so far, and he got, you know, a couple of Widow Mines here. A bunch of SCVs went down. Just a beautiful attack from Clem, as per usual. Fire gathers up on the high ground, so we get joined together there. Medevac loads up a couple. We are going to see the Stalker's going to go after the Orbital Command as well. Going to push straight onto this. Fire gathers. Again, the orbital continue to come through. So let's continue to gather there. We'll look to see what they can try and find for themselves as we have ourselves the Viking nearby, the bio gathering up. Stalker just blink straight through. Going to find a couple of medevacs, obviously siege tanks as well. We lose quite a lot of Stalkers though, so this is a pretty expensive blink right there as we lose a good amount. Again, the prison coming about, the forge coming over. Now we're going to see the observer getting knocked down as well. Viking and bio gathering, the observer moves into the main base. A couple tanks gather, the Viking overhead. Stumpack still coming through, the medevac finishing shortly. +1 attack and charge building on the side of Clem as he settles down with 3 bases, still controlling this map with the Stalkers, able to sit just out the front. Stim is going to be finishing soon, but man, the fact charge is already on the way, you got to think that Clem is going to be feeling pretty confident about his position here. I think he's got to like where he's at right now. Going to use the prison with the 4 Stalkers inside. Clem going to start up the storm as well as he feels comfortable to continue coming through. And Stalkers will just gather in +1. Storm charge all coming up. Concussive shells and combat shield coming through as well. So we bring that all into play. Fight moves out. It's going to be seen as Storm now +1. Coming around. Again, Immortal. Nexus continue to come through. The couple of Zealots coming in. The Robot Bay coming online. +1 attack upgrade about to finish. As that Stim will move through. Zealots will charge up. Storm comes down. Storm hits more Pro units than anything else. We do get rid of his tank. But it might as well do okay against the Zealots as Clem continues to push back into his 2 bases. The fact that Clem's taken a 4th during this. As the Zealots warp in, we poke at the front a little. Orbital command coming through. And that would be an eventual 3rd base. If we survive that long, Seal of Storms will have a lot to say about this as we start to force the Terran player back. The Terran player not fighting during some of those storms. Archon's now morphing and Immortal shows up. I have an interesting blink downwards there from Clem. He warps in another huge round of Zealots. My goodness, 8 more Zealots. If you're just going to say GG, he's force fielded out of his natural right now. And he is just going to be tapping out as Clem takes the 2nd game of the series. So we do get tied up here between Clem and Kua. We will head to a game 3 between the 2 of them. Let's get that set up for you guys. We're going to be going into Ultra Love. Was the blink to move the Archons? Maybe? It just seemed like a weird place to blink into out of kind of nowhere. I'm sure there was some logic behind it. I'm sure there was something more than just like people don't blink randomly, right? But in the moment, just kind of in the game in that second, it did look like a little bit of like, oh, what? But yeah, I'm sure there's some, like I say, logic behind it. As we get ready for a game 3 here. So Clem and Kia are going to go the distance. Actually, I mean, it's not bad, right? I think we've had, because our 5th series going to be 3 out of 5 going to a game 3. Not bad, not bad. Like I said, it's 8 best of 3s that we're doing today, guys. And then we'll be doing the rest of this tournament catch-up on Saturday. So, if you want to watch the rest of this, you can join us on Saturday for some games. Should be some good fun. I would love to see you guys there. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player is Kua, taking on the red Protoss. In the top right, it is Clem. Really is fully committed to the idea of playing Protoss still in PvT. So let's follow a probe across the map as Clem starts off with the scout here. The 3rd game of this series to see what's going on. So next is dropping down, Cybercore coming up. SCV will nibble at the probe there. Again, the Cybercore coming through, the Nexus on the way. Command center and reactor building as we speak, as we get all of this up and rolling right now. And that comes journeying across. Adept is going to go shading through. And a couple of Marines going to be there to push the Adept back the other way. Hellion on the way once again, as the factory gets put to use in a way that will allow you to help deal with the Adepts a little bit more easily. We'll go straight to the Widow Mines after that, so a lot of what we've kind of been seeing in previous moments. So shouldn't be coming up as too much of a surprise just yet. Again, that blink and that warp gate all coming through. Starport is going to be producing the medevac, and that dropship will allow us to get across the map and start applying some pressure here, hopefully, as the Terran player onto our Protoss side of the map. Hellion is going to come running through, in fact, in the end, and just go looking straight through. Coming onto a couple of those workers. Going to get one. Clem struggling to catch up with that Hellion. Meanwhile, the Adepts at the front will start to try and get some Marines, but we're going to lose one Adept as well, so things are going a little bit wrong here so far. Not exactly ideal, not great at the moment. Marines coming about one more time. The medevac, sorry, the Adept is just about getting away. The medevac is out and it is flying across the map, so we are ready to go put some Widow Mine pressure on the other side. Mines coming moving across. How prepared is Clem? No blink yet, so the Widow Mines will get burrowed. They will be able to go for a probe each. We're going to unburrow. One will fire. We reburrow that fired Widow Mine, which is scary. Got one Widow Mine left here. Going to give a probe for it. We're going to lose a Stalker, actually. Just a little bit of a shame. Actually goes to the probe in the end. I wonder if Q assumes that was actually... I think that was actually very smart by Clem. I actually think that was actually a Giga Brain move. If I'm not mistaken, what I think Clem just did is he said, hey, please shoot at this Stalker. He was like, you know what? Like, here, have a Stalker. Who walks a Stalker into a Widow Mine confidently like that? Nobody. Because no one wants to lose a Stalker. Losing one probe is way better off. But Clem walked the Stalker onto and he's like, you know, please shoot at this Stalker. Which forced Q to say, oh my god, I can still get a probe. And so he took the probe kill instead. Now, obviously, the idea is if the Stalker is... I mean, Q could have continued to flick back and forth. Is it smart from Clem? Does it do anything? It forces the probe to die. He would have blink soon. It allows him to get his probes back mine sooner because Q is like, oh no, you're just going to blink away. I may as well take a probe while I can still get a probe. I think it gets Clem back mining a little bit sooner. I wonder if that's actually what happened there, because well, it feels a little bit weird otherwise, right? And it's very weird for Q to also say, oh, I'll take the probe, because he's clearly assuming blink is done. Yeah, very interesting. Prism tanks coming through. A couple stalkers get pushed around. Big push from Q trying to get forward. Well, try and secure the third base location. Does he want to get across the map? We're not far from those upgrades kicking in. That is typically where you want to potentially make things happen. Marines tanks trying to push up towards the upper right, secure. Well, doesn't want to get in position right now. Clem, booked with charged out stalkers, couple sentries involved. He does have an immortal to back him up. That's the prism out onto the map, so we'll see if he wants to choose the counterattack there or what his plan may be. Probes going down as we get back in for a little bit of Raven harass. WardiTV actually doing very well here. 5 workers going down as Clem will have, like I say, the prism in position. We'll see if he can do anything with that sooner rather than later. Sets up, a couple of Zealots going to come through. SCV's taking damage. Bio stepping forward. We'll see the Stalkers able to drop down a siege tank. The Bio continues through. Zealots getting chased away. Stalkers getting jumped on. The Immortal goes down. Our Ghost still coming up here from Cure. Plus 2 attack and extended thermal lance on the way as well, as we do see the Zealots unloading into the mineral line. A few SCVs begin to drop. Cure is losing 10 workers. The counterattack is already working wonders. Clem, I'm not sure about the Colossus in the middle of the map. I think that might be a mistake. Some professional analysis is going to say that the 2 Marines are killed was probably not worth the commitment. But the Zealots keep coming here. Now Cure is attacking up the right-hand side. Clem is down a lot of army supply. Losing that Colossus especially has got to be a little bit concerning. Marion's still coming about. We get a couple of Vikings on the way. We'll actually clean out that Warp Prism, so they will fall. Fire continuing across. The Stalkers are going to come through. Medivacs load up, and we will go down to the bottom side, so they're just going to bring themselves back down there. Again, Vikings, Marines, and Marauders coming up. A couple Widow Mines coming over as well. Plus 2 attack and extended thermal lance coming in on the side of Clem, so he's still bringing that up. Probe facility, a couple of Zealots coming through. This army of Clem continues to press forwards into the center. A couple of depots in the bunker coming about. Just going to grab this Zealot as well. Just going to grab that straight away. The mines here will step through as well as the Bioforce starts to hit a few of those Stalkers. So all Stalkers taking hits. Again, the Ghosts continue to produce. Burrow up that one mine. Just going to get the probe here. Come up around the right side. And stepping through. A couple of Widow Mines going to get burrowed. The tank is sieged. We'll see a couple of Zealots getting jumped on. Stalkers going to get EMP'd. Zealots as well. A lot of units getting caught right there. Just going to be seeing a couple of Colossus continue to try and step through. Stalkers continue to come about. The sentries coming over. Colossus as well. I mean, Clem doing a decent job of fighting this back. Again, getting a couple of Colossus in play and keeping those in play can do so much for you. That's why it was such a shame to see the first one going down. Until we see a better Viking count, I think these Colossus will carry Clem a little bit. Eats an EMP here. Still has a few Zealots that are trying to make their way through. A lot of this Bio Army low HP. Raven turns around out of energy and just dies. No real need for that. Bit of a shame, as the Zealots will go down. Widow Mine's going to strike, but we blink away. Just a couple of units going down in the end. Clem has lost so much more than Cure in this game. Still down a ton of army supply. And this is what Clem's PvT looks like so often, actually, where it's like, it doesn't feel like he should have the potential to push through and to push on in. And yet here he is, being the aggressor, being the player to, you know, bring power into this, being the guy who brings a bit of fight into life. see the Stalkers going to try and turn the Vikings around once again. Clem knows these 3 Colossus can do a lot of work as long as they can stay alive. Stalkers get rid of one of the Vikings, so the Colossus get a little bit more longevity. Some Zealots show up to reinforce, and with that reinforce, we are going to push the bio back a little further. Clem's 3 Colossus still committing on through. Command Center on the 4th base, or what would be the 4th base building, and halted in production because of the pressure here as well. We try and come around from a different direction, going down the bottom. Splits a Zealot off to try and eat up a Widowmine shot, but decides not to take it in the end, just going to back it away. Widowmine is good, landing on a couple of those Zealots. The bio unit's still pressing up, EMP comes down. Comes in the main base, by the way, drop in here with the Prism. And it's going to force a lot of units to come and respond to this, and in responding to that, it frees up the army. Potentially have a little bit of a better chance pushing through. What might have been a flank on this force is now dealing with the main base pressure. Clem is up to 82 workers versus 66 SCVs. His upgrades are amazing. I actually didn't really realize how good his upgrades are. +3, +2 to 1-1. Those upgrades are incredible for Clem. And no wonder this force has been able to do so well despite the numbers not really, showing up in Clem's favor. This really is just 4 Stalkers and 4 Colossus, though. Like, this feels like it can die so quickly, but Clem is microing it with extreme prowess, and I just think he's doing a fantastic job of just keeping those Colossus safe. I have to click on these Colossus and see what they've been able to do in this game, as one dies at about 10 kills, 11 kills. This Colossus in the back at 18 kills. Q just says GG, he's just losing everything. Those Colossus were absolute MVPs for Clem. Each and every one pulled their weight. And that upgrade difference obviously allowing so much to happen there, on top of everything else. GG's, and Clem is going to take the 2-1 victory over Q, so Clem will progress into the winner bracket semi-final. He will be playing against the winner of Creator versus Zoun, which is our next matchup, coming up in just a few moments' time. So we're going to get that Creator versus Zoun series underway, guys. We'll just run a quick ad break. We'll be right back. We'll be back with more StarCraft straight after this. We haven't taken a break screen for a couple minutes, so yeah, let's take a break screen. We'll come back with more SC2. It's Creator and Zoun, and then the winner's match, loser's match. And that's our StarCraft 2 for today in the Olimoleague Finals Day 1. We'll be right back. Hello, 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 welcome back. And how are we doing? We are going to be kicking off into our Zoun vs Creator series, some more PvP, and see what we get. So, winner of this plays Clem, the loser plays Cure. Sets us up for a pretty entertaining set of games. Let's do this, let's get in. Let's see what happens as we have in the top left-hand side. The blue Protoss player, this is going to be Creator. In the bottom right, our red Protoss is Zoun. So yeah, winner plays Clem, which I think is going to be exciting to see. That will be our next series up after this, of course, as well. So we will go straight into that when this PvP rounds out. And honestly, the loser plays Cure is also a good matchup. I think a lot of people who can take maps off of each other right now is very exciting. Couple guys coming down, assimilator sets up. Second gateway side, of course. 2 gates each, no one really being too crazy right now as we get settled in. It's gonna be seeing our couple probes. And go moving about. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalker and the Sentry coming through as well, so we get that underway. Yeah, Stalker setting up, the Warp Gate's coming through, and gets settled in for a few moments now, and see where we're going. Tell ourselves that final about to finish, getting killed off, and then we will probably see an expansion from both players here. Stalking the Sentry, coming straight on through. So yeah, Nexus. Again, just a little bit different unit-wise. 2 more Stalkers from Creator. He'll spend a little bit less gas. While Zoun will go 2 sentries, and he actually starts the Twilight Council very quickly. Creator backing up a lot of gas at the moment. Have ourselves the Twilight Council continue to come on through. Trying coming down the bottom side. Ooh, Zoun getting a little sneaky as Creator is also putting down the Robo facility. So both these guys are getting pretty sneaky right now, getting a little bit cheeky. Hallucination continue to come back over. Just gonna see Glaive's the choice from Zoun behind. Oh no, cancels that, goes Blink. Robo facility will be there from Creator, but like I say, it's interesting because Creator has this Warp Gate proxied, so he wants to apply a lot of pressure. We'll see what comes out of his Robo as our Stalkers press the front. The battery will go down, and now Stalkers and Sentries are stepping up. Good force fields, actually. Really good force fields from Zoun. Going to trap a bunch of those Stalkers. Oh, he's going to trap everything. He likes this fight because of his probes being pulled into it. Don't blame him. I think I'd like to see the probes pull away now. He loses a lot more probes at the end here. I actually felt like it was time for him to pull the probes away already. They were low HP. He clearly had enough units to take this out. So he'll come out with a massive army supply, but now it feels like that army supply must move across the map. Compared to before, it was like, yeah, no, this was just looking reasonable anyway. But yeah, we will move across the other side then. Stalkers and the Sentries coming back together. Couple of depths is going to shade through again. Blink coming online. The Forge and the Immortal coming up as well. Depth will go down. Again, the DTs are building. And they are going to start pressing their way through. Let's see what Zoun can do. As there is an observer out, but the DT enters the main base. The observer's clearly not here right now, and that's going to be painful. Multiple probes start to drop. We are going to see 3 workers, 4 workers going down. Yeah, good start. The observer just right across the map, so nowhere near where it needs to be to play defense for this. Unfortunately, that's going to become a little bit of an issue. Force still coming into play. A couple of those probes going down. Stalkers and Sentries working their way through all of those. And Kratos just going to leave, apparently, because he doesn't think he can deal with this. Losing too many probes. It was only equal worker count, but Blink's about to be done for Zoun. Kratos does not have anything in response to that, really, and Zoun's also due a warping, so as Kratos leaves, I do think the timing of the leave is pretty reasonable. As, yeah. Alright, Zoun takes a pretty convincing opening map. Let's see what happens in game number 2 as they go into ley lines for the second game of this. Let's kick this off, alright. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss player up a game is going to be Zoun. Let's see if he can keep it clean and simple for himself in a game 2 as he takes on the red Protoss in the top right corner of the map, Creator. Second game of this best of 3 coming up as we speak. Game number 2, as we have ourselves the gates coming online, a couple of gases will be coming online as well, so we get this settled in for a couple of moments. Did Clem win? Yes, Clem will be playing the winner of this series as our next matchup, so whenever this PvP ends, we'll be back into some Clem games once again. Probe chasing probe. We got ourselves. Game just beginning to start out. Stock Sentry building up here. And settled and ready to go. Position still being taken, the probe still coming about. Take a few moments. And see the Nexus dropping down on the natural expansion right there, so just going to get that underway. And we get the Nexus coming up then on the natural already, so we get that started off. Get that coming through right now. Destination still continuing over. Sentries and the Stalker going to be there. Able to push that back very comfortably for a few moments again. Just going to see the rest of the Sentries and the Stalker still moving about. Again, Twilight Council Nexus building the choice from Creator. Promo facility from Zoun this time, so see what he wants to do with it. Probably get a Prism out, and at the very least try and put some pressure onto the map over the next few moments, I would guess. But yeah, let's wait and see. Couple of depths just moving through. Again, the probes coming about, the blink coming up. Gateway, battery coming through. The immortal building from Zoun as well. Just gonna see a couple of adepts shitting about toward the natural expansion. Depthful Shade, Stalker Sentry going to gather together. Again, the Twilight Council coming through from Zoun as a follow-up here. He's only going to drop a good force field on the ramp. Uh-oh. We don't have a great way to really deal with this right now. If we can continue the force fields, I mean, you can see the probes pulling in. We're going to drop a force field to help protect against probes, funnily enough. And force field the ramp again. That force field's a little bit off, though. But you've already killed 14 workers, make it 16. By the time we're done in the end, this next force field comes down and is good, and he actually gets a couple sentries out of this. Wow. Now we drop a recall onto that natural, and if you Stalkers show up from the recall, it's going to help a lot, man. But that was just an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster across the board. Not really much else to add to that. Forge, Gateways, Mortal, and the Blink continue to come about here, as you have got the units of Creator heading down to the bottom left-hand side. Zoun needs to get going as well. A few batteries coming up, the Forge and the Gates coming through, the Stalker still producing in as well. Creator continues down to the bottom left. Stalkers and Immortals will shoot as we do see Creator's counterattack here. He has to make up for about 13 workers. It's going to be very difficult considering the two Immortals. I mean, there's just nothing that will allow you to basically kill probes. And Creator just says GG. That's going to be Zoun taking the win. And that sets up our winner bracket semi-final of Clem versus Zoun. And then Creator versus Cure is going to be the two series still to go then on today's stream. Alright, let's get Clem's Zoun started up then. Guess we get some ads going and then we'll go into Clem's Zoun. With some TVP, this time Clem playing the Tyrant, Zoun playing the Protoss. We'll go into that in just a few moments, guys. We'll get this set up, ready to roll. See what's going to happen. Where do you find these replays? You don't. These replays are... Unless Olimoleague posted them somewhere, which I don't believe they did. These replays are only handed out to a couple of people to cast. So yeah, unfortunately, these ones are not easy to get your hands on. Let's go into Zoun Clem as we kick off our winner bracket semi-final here. Bottom left-hand corner, blue Terran player repping Team Liquid. This is Clem. Up against the red Protoss in the top right side of the map, we have got Zoun getting into game. One of this best of 3. Ultra Love, the map. Seen a fair bit of Ultra Love lately. That gate coming up, the assimilator coming through, Rax and the gas coming through as well as we get settled in. A couple of moments. See if he chases, probes getting switched around. Yeah, let's see if he's just gonna nibble, probe's gonna take some damage. We're gonna get that. Probe gets chased away. And Probe just gonna patrol around a little bit. We get ourselves the Hearing coming back. Clem getting the bunker up on the natural, gets safe in the first few moments here of this opening game. So just gonna get that ready to roll. Stargate introduction, our gateway building through, the Nexus coming up as well, we'll finish fairly shortly. Can see a lot that's Hellion into the Widow Mines as the follow-up. Hellion will sit out the front. We do have ourselves the Phoenix production continues. As I'm playing the Phoenix, should be very safe against a lot of the aggression early on. That's something I think we're going to have to be very cautious about to start out with. And just make sure that this Phoenix can play defense. Playing Phoenix, you're really expecting to not take much damage at all, right? So that's kind of the goal here. As the Phoenix going to hit, the medevac will take some damage. Phoenix lift up. What am I going to be taking some shots? Going to begin to go down. Cyclone on the way, plus the Liberator coming about as well. Continue to add that into play currently. Liberator gets away through the bottom slide again. Viking the Cyclone coming on up. We just have ourselves a couple of extra barracks. Engineering Bay coming through too. The Phoenix continue around the right side. Again, so far, Clem not getting away with too much in these early stages. You lose a Murder Mine, you lose a Marine. Now you're going to lose a Liberator. Obviously not killing anything at all here. Good defense from Zoun to start. Take a push through the center might be the sort of thing where you do see success against a Phoenix style though. So maybe this is going to be potentially the next moment or so. Continuing over. And then we'll take some hits. I think that's in a good spot. Like I say, we'll see what the Phoenix can do defensively. Actually going to go across the map right now. Maybe try and catch some units before they come across. Maybe try and make something there. As we just have the upgrades all coming through from Clem. So yeah, let's see what the Phoenix do. Completely empty natural because you're probably not expecting units to be showing up right there. The 6 SCVs go down. Pretty good, but it does mean that the Phoenix just aren't here, so do we have enough to really hold on against the continued push from Clem? Well, Clem's going to step back a second, so maybe it doesn't matter all too much at the end of the day. For now, at least. Coming around again, Vikings, Marine, Marauder, Stim Combat +1, all going through. The Phoenix going to get a couple of lives, a couple of Widow Mines get grabbed. Nope, not quite. Now going to lose one Phoenix, going to lose a second Phoenix. Marine tank, Medevac, Vikings. Gonna go across the map, so Clem is gonna get pushing once again. His army supply is crazy right now, 67 to 39. Says that Clem has quite a lot to work with here currently, as he goes straight up through the center, getting up to the northern side of the map currently. It's a lot of units as one tank gets sieged. We are going to be seeing the units going to start pressing through here. Stim's going to come about. Widow Mine onto the Phoenix is not going to splash badly for Clem. And as the Zealots melt away, you've got to worry about everything else here. There's no buff for those Immortals. There's so much bio. And Clem just absolutely shows up with an army that Zoun has no competition against right now. GG's. Clem takes an opening game of this best of 3 with extreme comfort, to be honest. And Ultra Love goes his way without any issue at all. So Clem gets off to a great start. Getting into game 2. But Zoun's gonna have to just completely turn this around, because that was a no-no. It's just a little bit too easy, wasn't it? A little bit too easy. Alright, we're gonna count ourselves into a second game of this series, as we have got in the top right corner of the map the Red Terran player who's now up 1-0 in the winner bracket semis. To win this, he played Classic, I believe, in the winner bracket finals, unless I'm misremembering from earlier. That's again that win over Hero, pretty exciting. Zoun is on a journey to try and survive a little longer. I mean, again, that Phoenix opener feels like you give the Terrans so much control a lot of the time. Probe comes across, we'll nibble out the SCV for a little bit of damage there. Nothing too crazy going on. Probe around the back. Probe going about again, just gonna be seeing a Cyber Core coming through. Just gonna be seeing the SCV forcing that probe to recall away. Paper Pop starts to go across the map. We see our Stork continue to gather up again. Reactor Factory Command Center joining. The Reaper going to ping away at the pylon for a little bit here. Stalker will shoot. The Reaper going to get chased back. So yeah, that Stalker just pushes the Reaper away. Still got the Stargate going through. The Adept pops out the gateway. Pulls over to the side. The Reaper is going to come back down to the center. Comes up, Adept still chrono boosting. CC moves into the orbital command. Again, Medevac and a couple Marines are coming through. We got ourselves a Phoenix, a Stalker, and a Warp Gate coming up on the side of Zoun. Hellion and Reaper joining on the upper left side. That Warp Gate just finishing. Again, orbital and a couple of Marines will be on the way in. Medevac heads back down the bottom left. It's going to come journeying across for a couple of moments. Yeah, Medevac of units going to come straight on through. Yeah, drops straight into this main base. Probes have to evacuate. Once again, the Phoenix choice from Zoun. Nice bit of might shot. One of the Phoenix falls here. He's going to go after another Phoenix. They're going to get a second Phoenix, right? Pretty nice, because now with only one Phoenix chasing this down becomes a lot more difficult. You can unload these Marines on the low ground and then... do we get the Medevac? We're going to get the Medevac, but the Stalker's got extra shots on it that I don't think the Stalker should have had, to be honest. So... I'm going to go ahead and say that that might be part of the reason why. Stalker also moving through, the Marines gathering up, Cloaking coming in as well. And yeah, that Banshee firing through, that's going to come in the natural. Zoun's in trouble, huh? This does not feel great for him, to be honest. Yep, I'm just gonna leave the game. Okay, a couple of disappointing series, kind of back to back here, honestly. Just fast games, speedy ones. Clem takes this 2-0. Not really much to hang about with there. And Clem just goes to the winner bracket finals. So Clem goes on to play Classic. That will be part of what we stream on Saturday. And Zoun drops down to the lower bracket, but he'll be in lower bracket round 2. I think probably he plays Rogue. Because Rogue beats SHIN, and that's other side of the bracket. So usually the bracket would flip. of where people drop down in this round. So Zoun would play probably Rogue if I had to guess. I'm not going to double check that because I don't want to spoil myself. So I think Zoun plays Rogue, and then I think Pure Creator is up next for us. This can be our last best of 3 today, and then the winner of this would end up playing against probably Hero in the next round. So let's go into Cure versus Creator and do one more best of 3 for us today, guys. A couple of disappointing games there, maybe. But, yeah, let's see if Cure Creator can deliver. I mean, Creator, I feel like, is always delivering longer, very fun games. Playing against Cure, I think, is a very fun matchup in general, so let's see what we get. Is in the top right corner. We do start off with the red Terran player from Team Liquid. We have got Cure. Taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom left side, we have Creator for game 2. Game 1, sorry, this best of 3. God damn it. My brain is not into it today. Alright, opening game of our best of 3 here between Cure and Creator. Frostline as our map. As you see, our CV and our Probe are going to go up against each other for a couple of moments. Well, so he's actually going to chase this Probe around to just try and fight for our low ground and to get our expansion down nice and easily. He is just going to be trying to fight for that one for a little bit. And the next is the Cybercore coming through. Here it comes, just going to hop up into a main base and get in the Cybercore, going to sit there quite cozy. Coming through, just gonna be having the Adept and the Stargate coming about. And Oracle coming about, we'll get the Adept continuing through, have the Reaper pushing down towards the bottom side here currently. Trying to break on in, that little jumping path not working. Clem just tried that in the previous game as well, but that didn't work either for him. Well, a few Marines in the Helling will chase the Adept down. The Adept will shade about as we do have the Stargate, which means not just an Oracle though, here Phoenix again, so we're going to try and play some Phoenix as Zoun didn't have the best of luck for it earlier. Medevac Marine still coming up. There's going to be Snarrover facility. Gateway coming through. Phoenix continue to come about as well. Okay, still moving about. Just gonna have ourselves the Immortal and the Phoenix continuing through. Immortal coming around as well. Rubber Bay and the Nexus continue to build through. Creator choosing to get that Rubber Bay online while Q gets into Stim Pack and +1. And obviously continue to add those Marines up. Get ready to keep it pushing. With the SCVs mining away quite comfortably here, we get ourselves the Colossus production. Now going to have a extended thermal lance on up for that as well. Next we'll move about. Marines, the Widow Mines gather together. Phoenix gonna shoot. Gonna have ourselves the Medivacs and the Bioforce coming down. Skew, first little push here on Frostline. The Stasis Ward is tempting, and it's gonna go straight onto the Widow Mines. Gonna be a nice slowdown. I think with the Colossus here, we're very safe. In fact, as I think we're very safe. In fact, as Great, I don't think Q can really push through right now. Well, the Oracle comes around the right side, going to see the third base, going to try and go after the Marine here, and the SCV that's building it actually loads into the Command Center, into the Medevac, but that means the Command Center is then going to be delayed. Coming back around the center, a couple more Vikings coming through. Comes through, the Medevac setting up, a couple Phoenix getting across the map as well. We will see our little stasis on the ramp again. Q are going to be kept away from really doing much of anything right now. That's sort of the few units that are caught in the stasis. Nice for Creator, but he's out of position a little bit. Q going to get to the bottom side base. Attempted fall for Creator, going to be under fire. Here's a couple of Zelds going to get shot at. But a mine's shooting. Zelds taking hits. We'll have ourselves a Nexus, just finishing up right here. So let's get rid of the widow mines in the center of the map, and we are going to have to fall back for the moment and just step away from this for a few moments. Those all still gathering together. Fire's coming through. A couple of Zealots going to get grabbed. The Stalker's still stepping up. Fire's still going to be get a pylon getting jumped on for the moment. Force Field's going to keep a lot of the Bio Army back. Good Viking count. Should be good for the Colossus, but so far just Q cannot break through. Cannot get far enough forward just yet. So we get a little bit stuck here. It's going to be hanging back for another moment or two longer. There's a couple of Zealots coming forward. They're going to get jumped on, so the counterattack Curator will not do too much. Cura looking pretty good defensively for the moment. Doing pretty well over there. Now we're going to be seeing those Vikings coming up this ramp. The Bio still stepping through. Feels like a good fight for Karate. He's going to start knocking down Colossus. Two of those go down already. Disruptor shot forces the split. Next Disruptor shot is going to get a good connection. The Disruptors will actually be a lot of the good stuff here for Karate. I felt like this was good for Cure because he gets rid of the Colossus, but that's pretty much the only win he was having. Meanwhile, Zealots across the map. And Cure is losing SCVs. So you begin to drop on SCV counts. That's going to be an issue. Not exactly ideal. This game gets a whole lot tougher right here as the Bio will get underneath that Prism. Prism will go down. That's going to be a kill. That's nice for Q because it means at least you've got one less thing to worry about going on from here. Kind of feels necessary at this point in time. Next on the bottom side, going to be under fire immediately. A little bit of Bio showing up there and putting some damage out. Put some work on it. Going to be having the Ghosts Vikings going through. Bunker and the missile turret coming about as well. Oh, he's just coming through. Gonna Disruptors all mixed in there as well. Creator has some really good map presence. He has just blue dots dotted around this entire map right now. He sees pretty much everything. It's going to be very difficult for Q to come through and catch him off guard at all. Continue to come about. Stalkers and so just going to be coming about. Just going to be seeing the Bio going back and forth. Well, units going down. Just going to be seeing Q. So able to kind of take position on this bottom base. This kind of gets interesting at this point, right? Because this is actually a I mean, this actually gets to a point right where on Frostline, these map bases are very kind of strewn apart from each other. And this 6 o'clock is not an easy hold at all for Kratos, so Him losing out on this one does not really come as too much of a surprise. I think that was always going to be a difficult one to keep alive. So yeah, that doesn't come as too much of a shocker. Fire army coming down, a few more probes going down. The medevac's going to load up, and they're going to go boosting elsewhere, I imagine, in the next few moments. Going straight through the bottom side. 5 medevacs full of units. Across they go. 3 upgrades plus 2 ship weapons. Couple Vikings and medevacs all coming online here as the Bioforce unloads in this main base, and that might be the thing that Creator struggles to deal with. Hits the Impy on the Nexus, so gets rid of recall potential, although the army is pretty close, but the first few units that show up are going to melt. They really do with some more tech units, and 14 probes have already dropped, so great move from Cure as he puts himself into a killer position. Next is taking more damage. Probes are dropping. Stalkers will be there. The Phoenix coming across are going to get targeted down as well. 1, 2, and soon to be 3. So the Phoenix will be dropping down. The medevacs lift up and pull away. Still got 3 upgrades and plus 2 ship weapons coming online as well. Looking good with that one. Couple Phoenix Stalkers is going to keep going through. That is still going to be some damage done. As the Zels continue through, the medevacs are going to get shut down. He's been very heavy on these drops, obviously able to start taking down bases and having a good attempt in the main base. Supplies drop from both players. Cure, a lot of army. Creator, a lot of workers. So Creator going across the map might still have some potential and have some power in this game. Get the 15-16 minute mark. It's the longest game we've had all day. Love that. The units getting set up. Everything going through. Units continue to gather together. I'm just going to be having the units trying to come around in a couple of different angles right now. Let's just shooting. A couple of units going down, pushing straight into this natural expansion. Big push forward. I mean, like I say, this is where Cure just is a little bit armyless, and the problem with that is 4 ghosts died of that disruptor shot. The problem with that is exactly this, which is that now you just can't really stop this Protoss army from bullying you. It's going to sit right here on your natural. It's going to kill units as we go, so you don't even get a chance to build up that much from the eco advantage, because reinforcements are just getting picked off freely. And jump over the right hand side, jump onto that orbital. SCVs are going to pull in. Disruptor will get rid of those though. I mean, now the SCV is going down. Secure doesn't have an eco lead anymore as well. One dead SCVs. I mean, yeah, when Creator knew he had to go across the map and get something done. And he did exactly that, putting himself in a great position. Now you're still gathering together. Creator continue to push up in toward the main base. Gonna just push straight forward. Another disruptor shot coming through. Gonna land short of the Bioforce. The Stalker's still gonna shoot here. Refinery goes down. Red still has a huge army advantage. He's not going to push the issue with this just yet. Going to hold back a little bit. Army gets ready to push in again. I mean, the planetary makes this a little scary, but I don't actually think it should be scary at all for Cure. Sorry, for Creator. He's got so much at the moment. Cure is... honestly, I think still very much still going to lose this game 1. Interesting game. I liked a couple of the moves Q made earlier, but Creator fired back very well. Grab a couple of shots. That Marine in the front goes down. Continue to step through here. Zealot Stalkers coming forwards. A couple of Marauders going down as well. Stalkers continue to do very well for themselves. Factory sitting overhead. The Stalkers will go and take away at said factory as we continue to push up this ramp. Disruptor shots will land for a few Marines. Stalkers blink, fire will fire. The Zealots are going to try and come around two different sides. So a lot of disruptors, the fire will just pull back away. I mean, you attempt to surround here and you are going to get rid of the Colossus. I mean, the army supply is closer than it has been for a while, but just closer doesn't mean anything when you're still heavily behind, and now it's going to start opening up again as Creator does just jump onto the rest of that army. GG's. Creator takes the opening game of this best of 3. After 20 minutes on Frostline. Pretty good game, though. Back and forth, actually seen some action. I'm into it after some of the other faster games we've seen today, to be fair. Nice. Alright, going to be heading to Ultra Love for map number 2 of this series, guys. So, going to kick this off. Thank you so much, Bethphilbus, for the 4-month resub. Thanks for all the work you do. Thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you for supporting. Like we say, going to Ultra Love for game 2 of this series. Let me just stretch a little bit. And let's do it. Let's go in game. Let's send it. Ultra Love coming up. Hopping in. Let's get going. In the top right-hand side, our red Terran player is going to be Team Liquid's Cure, and he is down 1 game in this best of 3. Bottom left, our blue pros is going to be Creator. Game, looking to close it out and stay alive in this lower bracket. Let's see what we can do. Game 2, and we have a probe coming across to see what's up. They're scouting, no surprises just yet. CC, Factory, Nexus, take a standard opening. That's just going to be where we're at right now. Any idea when the January replack is going to drop? Question. Probably... What have we got coming up this weekend? Qualifier. What did I cast in January that I have replays for? Because I can't give you guys OST Championship replays. So just WardiTV Mondays and League Couple. Yeah, I will put it on a list to do this weekend. Replay back. Cool. That was easy. Alright, Adept getting shade up. Stargate, Adept, Warp Gate all coming through. We get ourselves settled down for a couple of moments. Again, a couple of Hellions coming through, the Marine coming about. We settle in right now. Just yeah, Phoenix trying to boosting out the Stargate. Well, he's going to shoot. The Adept's going to get there. Again, the Phoenix and the Warp Gate continue to come up as well. And comes down the bottom. Just going to be seeing 4 Widow Mines coming through. And you have Robo Facility and Gate continue to come up. So let's see what this Quad Mine Drop can do. Ready to move in to the natural expansion. Let's see what Creator's response is going to be. As the probes pull, all 4 Widow Mines will burrow. 1, 2. Shots already. 3rd shot. Threatened to go into a Phoenix there. Shouldn't be too scary now. As 1 more probe goes down. And an Adept, so that'll be that. 2 of these Widow Mines guaranteed to go down. The Medevac gets out with 2 Widow Mines, which is pretty amazing when you're up against Phoenix. Not bad at all. Gonna borrow those Widow Mines here for now. Kind of a safety prevention. Just in case this Medevac gets caught by the Phoenix at some point, there's a chance the Phoenix will get killed by the Widow Mines, doubling up like that, so... An Observer coming up on the Robo Facility. Robo Bay about to finish here. Next is coming through. And Cyclone and So coming up as well. Phoenix is going to come around up to the left-hand side again. Colossus on the way. Stim Combat +1 coming through as well. Continue to get that coming up. Really just are the center of attention right now, but they are the map control in play, and Creator will use them to try and stay safe in these early stages. Remember, the Widow Mine Drop is still active in the bottom right corner as well. Get rid of a couple SCVs, the Medevac taking damage, Cyclone's still there, locked onto a Phoenix. Phoenix gonna get turned around the other way. 2 Widow Mines on the bottom side. Coming straight across. So yeah, this is going to come back into the natural. In we go. Widow Mine number 1, Widow Mine number 2. Going to unload here. And we are going to get... Not bad actually. 5 probes is better than I thought. Phoenix going to recall home. Looks like they took a little bit of a beating as well. So the Phoenix are not looking too healthy right now. Not exactly ideal. They pull back. I mean, meanwhile, the army of Cure is coming onto the map here, so Bioforce working its way down the left-hand side. Nick's going to find this Medevac, so going to push that away at least. Widow Mines will try and jump out and do something. I'm just going to jump into the main, just going to see the Colossus coming over. A couple of those Zelds will go down. We can turn ourselves onto that Colossus for a moment, not much else happening. I'm just going to fire through. 6 probes going down. The Medevac going to get back to the main force. Love the Autoturrets to buffer this position. Problem is they are a temporary measure, and That means as they fade away, we can maybe fight this army. Get the Colossus in range. They're going to pick up a few units. As the Phoenix are quite literally picking up a few units as well. That is going to be a defense from Creator. Down on equal worker count, though. We'll see if Q can come back with a second wave, because I feel like that should be possible. Both base starts from Creator, so he feels like after defending that attack, he's going to be in the clear for a little bit. I guess we'll see if that's true. And Ghosts, Vikings, Marines, all continuing up for the moment. Vikings gather up, a couple of depots are going to settle down. Q not in a rush, but I do feel like he's going to have a pretty good army still coming across sometime soon. Coming Vikings here. It's going to be seeing the shots coming through. A couple of EMPs coming down already as well. Disruptor +1 attack on its way in. The Vikings still putting some work in. Phoenix taking some damage. Phoenix taking quite a lot of damage. Wouldn't mind they're going to connect on a Phoenix too. As Kira sits up. Still with that comfortable army supply lead. It's like a 40 army supply lead now. It's looking pretty good for him. 35 or so. And he puts himself just between the bases, but you can't stand there forever and let your opponent keep on, reinforcing without trading anything. So there is going to be a point here which potentially gets a little bit more awkward. Just going to be seeing the Vikings pulling back. So all the Phoenix going down, they've honestly not really given that much this game. Stalker step through. Q are going to try and come from this left-hand side instead. Now the Vikings going to get on top of those Colossus. There goes one and there goes two. So both Colossus drop. Zelt charging forward. The Vikings going to try to be there as well. GG's. That is going to be Q taking game number 2 of this best of 3. And we are going to get tied up. So we're going to get one final map today. One final map at the end of this whole scenario. Alright, exciting. Going to be going to ley lines to decide this one. We'll kick that off and get this going. Ley lines. Ooh. Ley lines between Cura and Creator here. I'm going to get that started. Going to get this underway, guys. Let's kick straight off into this third game. See where we get. See what happens. Let's do it. In the top right-hand side, our blue Terran player is Cure. Taking on in the bottom left, our red Protoss Creator. Game 3 of the series. Let's get into it. Let's see what happens. And let's see who is going to survive through the first round of the lower bracket and get to continue through. Cracks in the gas coming through here. The gate and the assimilator continue to come about as well. Probe just scouts around, checking the natural, hasn't got anything proxied in it, just being safe before we drop down the Nexus. Going through, commands are coming up. You can see how deep we're coming about as the Cybercore and the Assimilator continue to come through here. The Probe, the Adept, and the Warp Gate coming through as well. Get all of that online. Coming down to the bottom left-hand side, so it's going to be coming straight across for a couple of moments, see what's going on. Adept will chase the Reaper. And we will just have the Adept continue to move about a little bit. Trying to see what's up. Marines coming through, the Hellion coming about as well, so we continue to bring that through for the moment. People will come about again, we continue to come over for a little bit, so away we go. Here it comes about. Hellion is continuing through again. Robo Facility and Gates continue to come over. And Robo Facility coming about. Blink coming over. Let's see the double Widow Mines dropping across. The Medevac coming through. Q looking for some damage early. As he gets across this side, we do see our Siege Tank coming about, a couple SCVs, and all the rest coming through. The Raven coming on in as well. Probe's going down. It's not exactly great, but the bonus is that at least you got rid of the Widow Mines. The Medevac's still alive, though, is a little sad. Not ideal. Raven continue to come through. Let's have ourselves the Stalkers continue to move about. I'm trying to get in. Auditor has been denied so far pretty neatly. As obviously that's going to be one thing Akira can continue to come back to and rely on throughout this. Water turret comes down, a couple of probes taking shots. Sword is coming about. We just have Fire Force ready to kind of get on the map, right? Upgrades are finishing soon, so these foes would love to try and delay that as much as possible. Gathers, we do have SEC going to move across, land onto that third base here. This is the Protoss that's into the middle of the map. Creator feeling confident to kind of step into the center for a few moments at least. See our army's still here gathering together. The hell are you getting across? Obviously, this just made familiar in the game. Nothing really to do too much with right there. Just have the armory and the engineering bay continuing up. So looking to keep the upgrades going. Extra Vikings, Widowmines, Ghost Academy 2Q are very happy to kind of step into the next stage of this game, into the later few moments of this one as the bio comes forward. A couple of units to the center going to get grabbed a little bit. As our army continues to come across, we will just have ourselves a couple of auto turrets coming down, a couple of probes going to get shot at, so once again that Raven will linger and it will find some damage here. 9 minutes on ley lines well for itself initially. The Colossus going to pop a hallucination. Creator again, happy to be on the map, happy to be putting some pressure on. Vikings will get the hallucination, will go down. It's going to be able to get a grab on that already. Again, Vikings and Ghosts continue to come about. The 2-2 upgrades, the ship weapons coming through as well. Just so much of that on the way. And the Bio Viking force coming around, the ship weapons and the upgrades continuing through. Moments back and forth there. Widowmine gets burrowed up as well. Upgrades continuing to 2 ship weapons. Dark Shrine coming up. Nexus and the Zealots, the Disruptor as well, all continue to build for the moment. Little shots coming through again. A few probes going down. We have ourselves the Colossus going to fire one. Ghost falls already. That falls. Dark Shrine Cannon, +3 attack coming through. Creator happy to kind of build into the later stages. If you're given that opportunity as a Protoss, I think you take it. You know, DTs and Disruptors are not easy for a Terran to deal with. And while the Terran late game army is not easy to deal with either, I think both players are clearly here very happy to step towards that later stage and feel as though there is value to be had as the Vikings get turned around. The cannon there firing a few shots off. A few probes dropping down as well. Disruptor shot will fire up. It's a siege tank. The Vikings still firing away. Colossus getting knocked away at. Now you see a couple of CCs still coming up. Fire army coming over here, jumping onto the Nexus. Disruptor shot fires, and this Nexus just dies. Kira put himself in a great spot. The tank supporting from the low ground. The Vikings getting a good edge and a good angle on the Colossus. They maybe try and get through as well. You'll put yourself in a good position there already. Disruptor shot fires. Colossus come back it up as well. Doing the best we can there for a few moments. Six probes going down. Again, our couple of Colossus on the way through. I mean, I still feel like Creator's got an army to work with. He's still on 4 bases. He's still in this game, but it's definitely starting to become a advantage to Cure, especially with those bases going down. But that's how things can flip. Good Disruptor shots. Unfortunately, Disruptor will pay for it with its life going down following that. Disruptor shot still firing through once again. This Disruptor's again chasing nicely, getting a good clump of units at the end there as well. A couple of Marauders getting low, and the other, you know, able to chase and get some damage on that as well. Okay, going to get all the way across the map. He's looking to have a similar vibe in that game 1, where he just sort of said, right, okay, you have a lot of army trying to attack me. Time for me to just focus on attacking you. You see a couple more Disruptor shots flying through. The Colossus, Stalkers, Archons gathering together. It's a bunch of Liberators setting up here from Kira as well, as the army of Creator basically just has to step away. A couple more Libs sieging up again. Bio going to come through. Disruptor shot. Going between some of those bio units, trying to stay clear of this at the moment. Upgrades continue to come about. Another Disruptor shot coming through. Another Disruptor shot trying to fire as well. Ghost still taking damage. A lot of EMPs coming down as well. Bio units still trying to spread. Good supply is dropping, but he's about to break through onto the tech units, and he's going to do so with a lot of Marauders, which kind of makes you feel like maybe those Colossus die. 2 of them were super low. They drop down as well. Creator's army is going to get cleaned up. Wow, we're gonna send Creator packing at the end. Kira is going to take a supply lead because while it was very close at the end, it's really Creator crumbling down, right? And a lot of his units dying at once, which is going to net you this result here, which is that Kira is in a very comfortable spot and a very good position overall. You can see our Bio coming through, jumping onto that Nexus again. A bit more damage being done. Bio gathers, a couple of Vikings joining up as well. It's going to have this army coming across. Both players are going to get remaxed, so Kira, Creator, both going to reset themselves here. Zal's Colossus is going to step over. You see the Stalkers blinging through, a couple units getting chased. Bio units are going to turn to fight. Zods and Stalkers getting EMP'd away at for a couple of moments. The Liberator, Marine Marauder, Ghost as well, all continue to come through. The Sensor Tower building up. And this army of Creators splits around the right-hand side as a few of those SCVs get knocked away at the Stalkers. We'll think about maybe jumping to that high ground as well. So the Liberator will reposition, and again, that army has to back it up, change direction, and go a little bit of a different way. Liberator from afar, gonna get some damage done as well. A little bit more to be gained there. As we do have the army just gonna step through. Sense Tower is gonna go down. Liberators are gonna get jumped on as well. Ghosts and all the rest coming about here as the Libs are gonna reposition. Just gonna get sieged up immediately, and again, the Zell Stalker Colossus Force threatens that location, so able to do a little bit of pressuring. A little afraid for Creator because this is kind of where we were at last time, and Kira definitely won that fight. He's losing SCVs though, Kira, and I mean, right now that doesn't matter too much. He has a bit of a bank to work with, but it is a factor to maybe consider overall. He's going to replace that supply with Viking Lib. Really going heavy in the skies. If he gets the Lib set up, then I don't know if you want to fight here. Creator's going to go for it. He tries to target some of the Liberators down, but a lot of them remaining. They're going to shoot some valuable units. And that Bioforce, the Colossus did not get close enough to the Bioforce at all, so the Bioforce just splits up, hits so many of the Zealots, and yeah, the Zealots just kind of run into their death while the Colossus struggle, and all of that through liberation zones as well. A bad fight for Creator. He does not have money in the bank to rebuild off the back of that, and Cura is looking as though he might be looking to net himself a 2-1 victory and surviving through this lower bracket to a second round. Maybe what's on the agenda for him here very soon. I will chase. Stalker's going to step back a little bit. And Bio continues up. A Disruptor Shot going to come about. That will fire, land, not quite connect. The rest of the army coming back over the top. See the Liberator sieging. The Bio coming over. This tower gets denied. Now a Ghost taking damage. Another Disruptor Shot fires through. Since tower has to cancel, which is, money spent, but Cure has, if that's Cure's biggest concern, then he's in a fine position. Liberator is going to be much more concerned for Creator, who pulls back, deals with it. At least it's in the middle of the map, so he doesn't have to pull back too far. He'll be right back across the other side here in just a matter of seconds, so get back over the other side. I'm just going to try and send this as he moves forward. Disruptor Shot up the ramp, hits a couple of Marauders. Gonna try and come diving in. Creator does not have a lot. He needs to win this fight somehow. He needs Disruptors to land. Yeah, I mean, some of them kind of did, but having Stalkers left against a Marauder force ain't gonna do it. That's GG's. And we are gonna have ourselves Cure taking a 2-1 victory and advancing through to the lower bracket round 2. So I believe that leaves us with when we come back. So this is going to be it for the day, guys. This was split into 2 days when it was first broadcast. We're going to split our coverage of it into 2 days as well. That's 8 best of 3s covered. And at the end of it all, it was Classic and Clem that's going to end up in that winner bracket final. Classic defeating Hero and Clem defeating Zoun. As Cure beats Creator, he moves on to play Hero. I'm 90% sure about that. And then it means that Zoun plays Rogue. So I believe next time we come around, on Saturday, the rest of our tournament looks like Zoun versus Rogue, Cure versus Hero. I'm trying to remind myself. I'm trying to keep this all in my brain at the same time. Cure versus Hero. That should be lower bracket round 2, which just means the winners then play each other. The winner of that plays in the lower bracket final against either Classic or Clem, which is the winner bracket final. So yeah, that's the next time we come around with this, guys. That'll be on Saturday. I'm taking tomorrow off completely. Right, this is the Wardy day off lately. So yeah. Thank you so much for hanging around today. That's going to be it for StarCraft 2. 8 best of 3s covered. Like I say, we'll be back. I think, I'm trying to think how many matches it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 series. I think it's 6 series on the next day. So I'll be back with those 6 series on Saturday. On Sunday, I think we're going to be running a qualifier for WardiTV February as well, so we can get that going for you guys. I haven't announced that yet, but that is coming. That is coming and happening soon. So yeah, that's gonna be it for StarCraft 2. I'm gonna turn you guys off here and there. I'm gonna do a little bit of WoW, which I've been doing a bit of if you've been following the channel lately. So I appreciate if you're gonna tap out here as a Rokusist coming in with the Prime sub just now. Yeah, it's so fresh that it's not even popped yet. Boom, there it is. Saw it on the feed before it came up in the chat. Thank you so much for using your Prime on the channel. Obviously, if you do enjoy the stream, guys, like, subscribe, follow. All of it helps out. All of it is allowing us to keep on casting and putting our own SC2 events on and stuff as well. We will have WardiTV events coming up in the near future. But yeah, YouTube's going to go offline. We are going to do some WoW here on the Twitch stream. So if you want to hang around and just chill with me for a little bit, you're very welcome to. Obviously, I appreciate a bunch of you going to tap out. But yeah, we're going to go and gonna do some WoW. You watched Jim Rising yesterday play WoW for the first time? Watching people play WoW who've never played WoW before is it's something. It is kind of something a little bit amusing, right? Where, especially if you know how stuff works, like seeing them trying to move around and stuff, like stuff I would take as a given. It looks very funny. All right, YouTube, bye YouTube, and YouTube off.